Um, Representative Newsom, you want to lead us in the pledge real fast? Okay, so we're going to do the full committee work session on House Bill 1600. I think what we're going to do is we're going to start off. I don't know if we'll go the full hour or not, but we'll find out. I think what I want to do is I want to start off by hearing from the DMV and or the Secretary of State about the existing any existing data sharing agreements that you guys have. I think that's obviously a critical part of this. So I don't know if either one of y'all wants to go first. You can rock, paper, scissors for it, Rochambeau, whatever. All right, we'll hear from the DMV.
Good morning. My name is Jennifer Bailey. I'm the Assistant Director of DMV. I'm not too familiar with the data agreements besides that we, in statute, we act as like a second layer of verification of voters. So we do share a person's name, address. We, again, as I testified the last time, split our residents into 3 categories of U.S. citizen, permanent resident, and temporary resident. So we share that field as well. So that is sent, I believe, on a monthly basis for, again, a second verification of status and information.
Okay, so basically, you guys are just transmitting the data over to the SOS office.
Correct.
Okay, so what can you write down those pieces of information? Okay, can we get those pieces of information again? Sorry, I saw the clerk typing. I assumed she was writing it down, but I will do it.
So it's
we're a little slow in the morning.
I know.
This is a 10 a.m. committee, and we're here at 9, so you got to cut us some slack.
So it's their full name, their date of birth, address, and then their citizenship status.
So you guys, you don't transmit the picture, I assume, right?
We do not. No.
Full name, date of birth, address, and that citizenship when it comes across, does it come across as is U.S. or does it just comes across as the 3 types?
The 3 types. So it's either going to be U.S. citizen, permanent resident, or temporary resident.
Okay, and that's transmitted on a monthly basis.
Yes.
Okay. Monthly basis. So there's no active. I'm sorry, I'll get you in a second. So there's no active querying by the SOS office and like an API exchange or anything like that?
No, it's a batch.
Okay. All right. And do you think the monthly is working well?
I think that'd be more of a Secretary of State's question. As far as we're concerned, we don't have an issue with whenever things need to get batched like that.
Okay. Does any other committee member have any other question? Representative Lane.
On the citizenship status, just to clarify, you said there's no picture, but there's like a checkbox, or is it differentiated between the 4 that you mentioned, or is it just?
Well, there's no picture. So in our system, we have it's like a drop down for our clerks to select whether they're a U.S. citizen. So the field they're getting specifically will just say U.S. citizen, permanent resident, or temporary resident.
Okay. And do you scan, I know you don't send it, but do you have it in your records, whatever they're giving you to prove that status?
We do, yes. Okay. We do, yep.
Thanks.
So to follow up on that, sorry, we're just going to fire questions at you. So do you keep when you say you keep it, so you're keeping like a facsimile copy of it? Like just an image copy?
Scanned copy. So yes, any documents that we take at the DMV goes into a scanned record under your file with us in our computer system.
Got it. And those documents aren't transmitted, just the statuses?
Just the statuses, yeah. We do not transmit any documents.
Okay. Representative Wade.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you. Is there anything that verifies the picture identification? So if they give you a passport or they're giving you a driver's license, is there any information that you've or is it even in the procedure that you have verified that person with the documentation matches the photo ID within either the passport or the driver's license or whatever?
No, so we can't do photo recognition. What we do have is we have identify machines that pick up security features in the document. So if we put a passport face down and it does like a blue UV light, blue light, check of the security features in the passport, but we don't do anything for verification on the photo. Besides, if you have an existing license with us, we'll have your old picture in the system and then you standing in front of us.
Further questions? You want to follow up with follow-up?
It's not direct. It's not a follow up to what I asked.
Okay, if it's not follow-up, we'll go to Representative Bay then.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you. So you said that they're classified as U.S. citizen, permanent resident, and non-resident.
Correct.
So for U.S. citizen, I would imagine that you have the passport or birth certificate.
Correct.
Okay.
It'd have to be, well, or it could also be a citizenship document, naturalization paperwork as well, because
Okay.
they're now considered U.S. citizens.
Right. So do you keep or transmit to the Secretary of State, like whether this is from a passport, this is from a naturalization document, and this is from
We do not. No. And again, we
That's a really
only
good question.
accept documentation on your original visit for U.S. citizens. Permanent residents and temporary residents here on visas and such documentation have to present that every time they visit us, but U.S. citizens, you only present any documentation to us besides an application on your original license visit.
Further questions? Representative Waring?
Thank you. I would. So the scan you're taking a scanned image of those documents that you just listed,
Mhm.
and those are retained, and those would include if you're doing a passport, or a former driver's license, you would have a picture ID contained within those.
Correct. Yep. So
Okay.
each one of you, if you were to come to the DMV, I would pull your record up, and then there's a supporting documents section of your record where anything that we've ever taken for a transaction from you is reserved in your record.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Bay?
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
So when you're getting information, let's say a permanent resident, that means someone who has a green card, then we keep the alien identification number.
Yes.
Does that get transmitted to the?
It does not. No.
Can I follow up?
Yep, absolutely. Actually, I actually just got the MOU like 2 minutes ago.
Perfect.
So you ask questions for Representative Bay, but I will grind through it here in just a second.
So if it's a non-resident, then I imagine that'll be a visa that you have to look at.
Yep.
And so if this is probably a silly question.
So something that's like, as long as we're kind of in this cooperative phase and you're staying on the same line of reasoning, you
Okay.
just keep going, you're
Okay.
fine. But if you diverge, you go on to the subject, then we got to bring it back.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So then, if somebody comes in with their foreign passport, and then you recognize that there's no visa here, or the visa has expired, do you have procedures for that, and what would that?
Yeah, so we only issue licenses to non-residents based on their status. So if they don't have a valid visa or work employment card, permanent resident card, they're not going to get issued a license or ID. And furthermore, if they do have valid, we only issue a license based on the expiration date of their status. And we do use SAVE, which is through USCIS, to verify their statuses. It's interface with them. So when we enter their alien number and that they're here on a work visa, we're getting verification back from SAVE that that is correct information.
Okay. Further questions, Representative Lane?
Thanks. Do you? So I'm just trying to figure out who this bill would affect. In other words, who's actually going to get their information sent over there. So it's going to be, would you just tell me who comes in now? It's new residents?
So with the way the bill's written now, how it says, and again, I'm not completely familiar with all the documents needed for voting. When you come in as an original license holder, which is typically 16-year-olds, which are not going to be registering to vote with us, or you're transferring in from out of state, that would primarily be the ones I think would fit into this bill
Okay.
would be transfers in from out of state, because we're going to be collecting all documents. So they'll be presenting their birth certificate or passport, their social security card or second form of ID, and then proof of residency to us. Anyone else who already holds an ID or license with us, they don't have to bring those documents into us unless they're upgrading to Real ID.
Right.
Which, as I mentioned the last time I testified, we're at over a 70% opt-in rate for an opt-in state, which is very high for opt-in state. So that number now is dwindling on how many people would have to come into a DMV to upgrade.
Thank you.
Further questions from the committee? Representative Bay?
And thank you, Mr. Chair. And if this is not within the purview of this, just let me know. Call it out. So there is another bill in transportation, I believe, about enhanced ID. Are you familiar with that? And is there anything there that will be might be related to what we're discussing?
So that bill, yes, I did testify on that as well, and that bill was ITL'd last week because of the cost of it. It's a very pricey project.
Thank you.
Fair enough. Okay. Representative Lane?
Does anything that you're collecting now, so that if you're going to be sending it over to the SOS, does that lengthen the process in any way?
So the way that the bill was written, I know that there was possibly an amendment coming to make it be electronic, but this version that I had was all paper version. That would not affect us at all being paper-wise. If it goes electronic, that would be some system changes and a fiscal note added to that, because we do not transmit documentation to anyone outside of our agency right now, and that there may be additional MOU documentation that would have to be done, or contracts to allow that because of the Privacy Act. Again, we only transmit those fields on a batch process right now.
So if I come in and I'm a new resident moving here from, Vermont, and I come in to get a new license, the actual process that I'm going to go through with your folks at DMV, that's not going to be any longer. It'll be the same. Is that correct?
Correct.
Further questions from the committee? Okay, seeing none, thank you. So I did just get the MOU. So the data that comes, this is not for you, man.
I'm good.
Yeah, you're all set. Sorry. We are going to bring up the SOS here. He knows he's coming. So the data that the Secretary of State's office is getting from the Department of Safety is driver's license number, last 4 digits of the Social Security, and I'll send this around to the committee just
Okay.
so you have it. But last 4 digits of the Social Security number, last name, first name, middle initial, name, suffix, legal address, state, city, zip, and street, mailing address, state, city, zip, street, birth date, credential type, issue date, expiration date, and the last one is the citizenship status.
What's credential?
My guess is it's probably the what is the credential type? That's a good
Is
question.
that like a motorcycle or a driver?
That's an endorsement.
Oh,
So like an endorsement.
yeah.
Okay. So that's a lot, and then we're actually sending information. I didn't realize this. We're sending information to the DMV too. So we're sending over first name, full name, date of birth, domicile address, mailing address, last 4 digits of socials, voter identification number, registration and modification date, supervisor's approval date, registration, OOSDL, state and license number, and voter history with the election date and name. So it's a two-way exchange. I didn't realize it was a two-way exchange. Anyways, well, we're gonna ask him. We're gonna ask him.
Okay.
In his whole month.
You want to go ahead and just for the purpose of for the hearing, you just introduce yourself, Deputy Secretary. You got to turn your mic on there. There you go.
Thank you, Chairman, members of the committee. Brendan O'Donnell from the Secretary of State's office. And I apologize, when you were first asking us to come up, I was in the middle of, I was almost done sending that email with the copy of the MOU to you. So I didn't realize you were looking for that.
I get it in real time. But people, I'm not up here playing
So
Minecraft.
If it's helpful, I could probably start with a description of how the inquiry process works on the election official end and sort of what they're doing with this information. But if not, I'm happy to just answer questions.
Yeah, I think if we can, we'll get there. Yeah, but I think what I want to know is, so the SOS takes this information in. I assume it's going into your system, and then I guess my questions from there is, who can access it? What are we using it for? And more globally, can we make this available down to our clerks and potentially supervisors of the checklist? So that's the direction we're heading. But yes, feel free to start with that. But that's where I want to head.
Well, that's where I was going to. So
Perfect.
The way HB 464 is set up with both cooperation with DMV and also vital records with the state voter registration system is that the state voter registration system gets limited data sets, meaning, as you heard earlier, they don't get the actual documents from DMV, but they're getting a set of information, and the same thing on the vital records end. And the SVRS has now been set up and it's gone live where there's a new inquiry feature. And so someone with access to the SVRS, that could be a clerk, a supervisor, and then on the back end, if they're having trouble, it could be someone at DOJ in the election unit, it could be someone at the Secretary of State's office. They can run an inquiry on a particular voter looking for a particular type of information. So if someone comes in and they're looking to register and they have proof of ID and you've verified who the person is, they say, I don't have a citizenship document, you can have them fill out a form now and you've checked their ID, because we don't want people to do searches on someone else where you haven't verified. And they'll get that result back from a DMV inquiry search that says citizenship. And then they can use that as their proof of citizenship for the registration process. You may also have inquiries through vital records to, again, do citizenship if it's a New Hampshire birth certificate, but also name change documents like marriages, divorce, dissolution, civil union, adoption records. Those can be used to connect some other document the voter might have. And so that's the primary way. So ultimately, those limited data set, they are entered into the state voter registration system. They're available for local election officials through a secure process, and they can use that to assist voters who are registering to vote.
So they can't just peruse the data at will. They have to input specific fields to access it.
Yes, and so for a local official, they have to put in the full name, and there's additional information depending on the search. It might be date of birth, it might be another spouse name, and they cannot do a partial search. They have to do a specific search. There's all these warnings that we put in place that remind them that they cannot run any search unless they have a form that has been filled out by a voter who's basically giving them permission to run this search, and that they've checked ID. And the state voter registration system monitors access to the system. And so there's some features in place that will lock people out if they try to do too many searches in too short of a time period. And we can, on the back end at the Secretary of State's side, see exactly what searches. So we've been very clear, you should have a signed form for every search that you've run in the system. This should not be, and we will be monitoring to make sure it is not every local election official has access to all this personal information about all citizens in the state.
So it's returning these results in real time. We're not waiting on some person to approve the search. But you can see them, obviously. You can see the searches happening in real time, but there's not somebody gatekeeping it.
Correct. It's real time search they can do.
And so let's just take me for example. All right, so let's say I go to register to vote, and I show up with my New Hampshire driver's license, right? What? Please take him. Yeah. And I don't have my passport card, which I happen to carry in my wallet, but I don't have any other thing else. I just have my New Hampshire driver's license, and I don't have my citizenship documents. So I hand my ID over. They look at my ID. What is walk me through what the clerk is going to do at that point.
Right. So I forget the exact name of the form, but there's a one-page form where basically the clerk will have you fill it out, and it is you authorizing a search, and there's you check the box of what you're searching for. So in that case, it would be citizenship. And once you complete and sign that, the election official can run the search in SVRS, they put in your name, and I apologize, I wasn't prepared for this piece, but there's, when I did the training, it might be date of birth or whatever other information, and they'll get a result back in the system. Should be immediately, could be seconds, and it says one of the three fields that you heard earlier. So it'll say U.S. citizen, it'll say lawful permanent resident, or temporary resident.
Got it. So it's only returning that field about citizenship.
Well, you can do different searches. So on the DMV side, if you showed up, for example, and you have your driver's license, but you have your original address when you first got your license, but you subsequently moved, you updated DMV, but you didn't get a new license, as most of us don't do because we don't want to pay for a new license. You can also do a DMV inquiry for domicile address. And so the same process, basically, you complete that form, and they would look it up and show that you have updated DMV and provided them your current domicile address, which is in the town, and they can use that as proof of domicile within the voting district.
So, and one last one on this. So when this information is returned, whether it's domicile, I mean, I guess age is not as big of a deal because their precinct ID likely has their age on it, but and citizenship, we accept that as proof to meet the qualifications to register to vote.
Yes. So, on the back end, when voters are entered into the state voter registration system after they're registered, there's drop down. So it could be U.S. passport, it could be naturalization with date. There's a new drop down section which is DMV inquiry verification, something to that effect. So they'll check that box if they verified it through a DMV inquiry.
Cool. That's all I have. So, no questions? Representative Quayle, excuse me.
Yes, thank you for being here today. Do I understand correctly that when a local official does such a search, it's one field at a time? Or
Yeah, so it would be, we're doing a DMV citizenship search, or we are doing a DMV domicile search, or we are doing a vital records.
okay, so would a separate form have to be filled out for each?
I think it's one form, and you could check multiple, but it would be 3 inquiries in the system.
Okay.
Further
you.
questions? Representative Weary?
I work a lot with software, and so I just had maybe a tangential question. You said that there would be an alert or a cutoff if people were asking too many questions in a given period of time. Has this feature been in place during an election day when you're likely to get
So
many times that?
the way it is set up, the Secretary of State's office can adjust what that threshold is, and so the expectation is it will be increased for the day of a state general election, for example, or general. But if you're on an off year, on an off time, we don't have to have it very high. And if they'll get an alert if they're locked out, they can call over, and if they have a valid reason, we can restore their privilege.
So if the supervisors of the checklist were to sit down and were trying to they've had a number of either challenges or what have you through that, and they were to sit down and try and clean up the checklist and wanted to go through and verify an extended number. For example, I know that Hudson recently cleared approximately 900 people over the last several months off of their rolls. And so, or maybe that's the number they started out. They've been doing this for about a year or so. So there would have been if they wanted to make inquiries about domicile or other things, there would have been a huge uptick. Would they have just called
Yeah, so as the law currently stands, they cannot use the system for that. They cannot just be looking to verify the citizenship of everyone in their town and just sort of looking at everyone's personal data. So it'd be sort of limitless. So right now, they can only use it if someone is attempting to register to vote, they're missing a piece of information, and that voter authorizes the search.
Further questions? So the MOU was just signed last month, which is awesome. That's good news. So we haven't been through an election with this yet. Is that correct, or am I wrong on that?
We have not been through an election, but it has been rolled out, and I do know that some election officials have had to use this already in the lead up to town elections.
So March will be the first kind of proving ground for this. Is that correct? Like a real proving ground?
Yes, in terms of does it slow down anything? How does it affect voter registration on election day. That'll be the first election day use of the inquiry system.
Cool. That's a great time to try it out, actually. So, any other kind of questions, comments, concerns for this? Representative Lane?
That's all, lawyer question. Is there anything we didn't ask you about that you think we should know?
Negotiate against yourself.
Yeah, soothing. One, I don't think I mentioned it, but the DOJ election attorneys who have access to the state voter registration system and the secretaries of state officials who have access on election day, both of those offices operate a hotline. And if there's any issues at the local level, they can call the hotline. And one of the things that those limited state users can do is a partial name search. So if a local official is having trouble with the spelling of a name, or maybe it's a divorce search and they're having trouble with the date of the partner, someone on the state level in a limited circumstance after they have verified their ID could do a broader search to help locate that record in a way that still doesn't give local officials access to more personal information than they should have. And the second thing is I heard that the data upload was monthly. That wasn't my understanding, but I don't know for certain that that's not the case. I think it's more frequently, but I would have to check with Tricia, who is primarily responsible for this state voter registration system. So it may be more frequently than monthly. I'll have to check.
Are there any legislative changes the SOS or the DMV would like to see to make this exchange easier, or is it pretty good?
I think it's pretty good so far. We'll certainly get a test run in March, and then we'll see more in the state primary. But it took a little bit of negotiating, but I think the DMV and their attorneys and our attorneys were great, and they worked it out, and we rolled it out in time. So I was pretty happy with how it rolled out. So we'll see, certainly.
Okay, cool. Any other questions, comments, concerns? All right, seeing none, thank you.
All right, thank you, Chairman.
Okay. This was actually very useful. I learned a lot. So it's a good day. You learn stuff. Does anybody have any things they want to opine about this, or we can recess or in the work session and have 30 minutes to chill? Whatever you guys want to do. Representative C.
I was understanding this bill was to actually provide for the resident to make an application to register to vote at the DMV. Is any of this that we talked about, the data sharing and everything, but the question, I guess, would be the actual registration itself?
Yeah, I mean, I could just kind of speaking personally. My goal is to make sure that this data exchange was happening, which is why I signed on to the bill to begin with. I'm speaking personally. I think I'm satisfied with this exchange from the process. I'm kind of excited to see what will happen in town elections. I do have concerns, and like I said, I'm a sponsor of the bill, but I do have concerns about short-circuiting the supervisors of the checklist and the clerks in the process. I think we've got probably a decent system in place, but I imagine some colleagues disagree with that statement. They want the registration at the DMV, and I understand. But and I told Representative Wilhelm at the time, my big concern was making sure that this data was available, because it seemed to me like a huge missed opportunity to not have that as a part of the registration process. So it sounds like this has kind of for me personally, it's worked itself out. But I imagine there's some disagreement with the committee on that. It's not like I said, that's a me personal statement. Representative Bay.
So are you picturing this as when somebody comes to get a driver's license, that it's a matter of, because all the data are getting passed already, a matter of asking, do you want to register to vote now? Put a check on it, and that piece of information will just be added to the data that's getting passed from the DMV to the Secretary of State, based on which the Secretary of State will notify the local clerks that this registered, so that it's still, the information still got to them.
Yeah, I think that's where we're going to reach a disagreement. Was my main issue was making sure that this opportunity to use this data, where a person had submitted their documents appropriately, would be made available to them when they were registering in the traditional process. Because it just seemed like a huge. Remember, like you gotta go back in time, right? So if you go back in time during bill filing, we filed this bill before this MOU was signed. So for me personally as a sponsor, I know Representative Wilhelm will disagree. So, but for me personally as a sponsor, my point of signing on to the bill was to make sure what they have done was done. So that's just me speaking personally. Like I said, I know there will be disagreements on that in the committee. I know there's going to be a desire from some members on the committee to want that registration to take place at the DMV. That was a secondary concern for me personally. Representative Weary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, just echoing your concern about the supervisors of the checklist being able to verify that. I think I'm okay with this exchange from the standpoint of a verification has taken place, and so there are some elements of the data necessary for voter registration that can be verified by the DMV, passed through the Secretary of State's office, and then communicated to the clerks and or supervisors of the checklist, and that they can look at that information and see that it is in fact verified by a government official and that it is acceptable. I'm not sure that we've made provision in the RSAs for that process at the supervisors at the checklist level, and we're going to have to look at that before they can do that. Otherwise, we will not be following the necessary requirements for the RSA at the supervisors at the checklist level, because I think they have to verify the data, and what we're asking them to do is accept a secondary verification of the data. And so I have some big concerns about this from the standpoint of we've got to do something. This is a problem for the March election, so we need to. I think we need to look and see what else we can do to fix that and fix it quickly. That at least that's my initial impression upon thinking about this.
So your concern, your concern is you think the RSA says that the clerks or the SOC has to physically see the documentation?
They have to verify it. So verify means you, and I speak about this only from 40 plus years of compliance in the pharmaceutical, medical device, and biotech industries, where verification is you are verifying source data, or you have a certified copy of that data in order to verify that. I don't know that we need that, but we should make some provisions that if they can't verify source data, that someone that the understanding is that they are accepting a secondary verification of original source data by a government official. Something along those lines.
So I'm just trying to wrap my head around. So basically you're saying, do we need to make sure that we can accept this and can't be like overturned by something? I guess, am I still missing the point?
You still have.
I'm not firing on all cylinders this morning.
You have to define.
I'm not firing on all
You have to define what to verify means.
Okay.
I think we've in the past it is they look at Jesus terminology source documents, and I think now we're saying it's okay to rely on this information from DMV, but they've never been told that. It's nowhere in the statute. And just because of common use and how it's been interpreted. So I'm just wondering if maybe in the voter guide manual, maybe in the election procedural manual, they could.
Yeah, no, please do.
Please do.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we can, if we, at a minimum, we can add to this, depending on what we want to do, we can add to this that they have to take it. I'm totally fine with that. That doesn't bother me. Yeah.
So, thank you. Again, Brendan O'Donnell from the Secretary of State's office. So the statute that I pulled up and also DMV, we're looking at it together, is 654.12, which is determining qualifications of the applicant. And if you look at Roman 1, what a supervisor needs to do when someone's registering to vote is they need to determine the qualifications of an applicant. So they are not verifying information, and the word verifying isn't in that part of the statute. And then Roman 6 of that statute talks about the Department of State providing access to data from centralized voter registration records, records from the Department of Safety, and vital records. And it says to assist voters in providing proof of citizenship, age, domicile, and identity. So the word verify is not there. It's just about making sure that they're able to determine you are qualified to vote, and that's what they're doing.
All right. Any other questions, comments, concerns? Representative Weary.
Just sorry to ask you again, but will there be a change? Yeah, you can just shake your head yes or no. Will the election procedure manual be updated to reflect this process at the local level to assuage the fears of?
Yes, the election procedure manual is revised every state general election cycle, and we're currently working on the revisions for the 2026 year, so it should be out in the middle of the year.
Thank you.
Okay, so I think the vice chair pointed out. So RSA 654.12, determining qualifications of the applicant, subsection A, list all this other stuff, but for citizenship it says or other reasonable documentation which indicates the applicant is a United States citizen. So I think that's the catch-all that I think would give. I'm not an attorney, but I think that would give coverall for at least March. But if we wanted to really tighten it up and explicitly list data transmitted from the Department of Motor Vehicles, I think that would forever bulletproof it. But I do think they certainly have a catch-all in there already. But if the committee was so inclined, especially if we couldn't reach an agreement on the actual registration process at the DMV, I think that's something that we could probably all agree to. Be my guess. Representative C.
Mr. Chair, are we looking at making an amendment for this bill? Is that what we're doing?
I think no matter what, this thing's getting an amendment or something. So the question is this is, I'm going to pontificate a little bit. The way that this bill is going to shake out is there's going to be a debate. Not right, doesn't have to happen right now. It can happen in exec. Over, are we going to allow registration at the actual DMV? I imagine there's going to be a dispute there. And then we're going to have to figure out if we're willing to put that aside or move forward and explicitly list this as a coverall. I think that's where we're headed. But we don't have to do that now because we can actually do that in exec. We don't have to do that in a work session if we don't want to. We can if you want, but it's we can also chill for 20 minutes, whatever you want. Representative Lane.
I unfortunately have another question for the Secretary of State. What is the term of this MOU? Do you know?
I do not know.
Okay. Well, I mean, we're gonna get a copy, so we'll figure it out. Oh, okay. Well, we have a copy, but I haven't read it yet. So, I mean, for me, that would be my concern is we're relying on this MOU that will end at some date, and I guess I'd kind of like to have it in the statute. So rather than just rely on an MOU that could be changed at any time.
Yeah, my expectation and the way that similar MOUs related to vital records with other agencies have happened is they just get renewed periodically, and it just ensures that the current employees are aware of their existence. And if you just have a perpetual one, sometimes documents get forgotten and misplaced. In terms of the earlier question about other reasonable documentation, that is the provision that we're looking at for this. It's the same with one of the changes in HB 464 related to proof that you were previously registered to vote in New Hampshire. That's the same thing. Being able to verify their prior registration status, we consider other reasonable documentation. I think some others that have come up, like a photocopy of a birth certificate is not a birth certificate. But if your parent is at home and you're away and they take a picture and they send it to you, the registering official could say that's other reasonable documentation.
Representative C.
Do we need to keep the part in there on line 19 and 20 about Secretary of State adopting rules?
And, there is no term inside the MOU, Representative Lane, just so you know. I know you haven't read it, but I have the advantage of what's up on my computer. Any other further questions, Representative Bay?
This is not well, there's a question here. So I remember Representative Wilhelm was saying that, oh no, this is not motor voter, this is motor voter light. And so is my understanding correct that the sticky wicket here is that you can't, that the procedure is not, oh, go to the DMV to register to vote, but if you're renewing your driver's license, then it's an option to register to vote. So, for example, if I already have a driver's license when I was 16 years old, I turned 18, I can vote. I'm not gonna go to the DMV to register to vote. I will still go to my clerk. However, if I say, oh, can I have a new driver's license? I'm gonna pay for the driver's license, and then it's an option for me to register to vote. Is that a correct understanding?
Can you repeat the question?
Does she have a correct understanding that you have the option? That's good.
Well, thank you. That you're actually understanding. Okay.
I'm moving really slow today, so
That's okay.
slower
So-
than normal. Some would say.
So there,
yeah.
so there's the motor voter, which is like you go to the DMV to register to vote, and that's not what we're talking here. According, that's why I think Representative Wilhelm said this is motor voter light. So you can only register to vote if you go for your driver's license for whatever reason that you need a new driver's license. Then it's an option to say, okay, can I register to vote while I'm getting my driver's license?
So I don't want to pretend to speak for Representative Wilhelm. He certainly would not want me to. But my guess is put the asterisk on my guess, is that he says that because the provisions of Motor Voter, the NVRA, don't just provide for voter registration at the DMV. It provides for other areas of, I forget the term they use, but it's like common, the places you go commonly. So like Social Security office, I believe the VA, there's probably others that I'm missing. But it's not just, the NVRA doesn't just provide, it's called Motor Voter because that is the primary location where the NVRA had its effect. But it had other registration qualifications inside of it, such as third-party registration, where third parties could go out and collect voter registration forms and turn them in. So once again, my guess, because I would not want to speak for Representative Wilhelm, is the reason he calls it Motor Voter Light is because this is specific. This bill, as written, was specifically allowing the opportunity to register to vote at the DMV. And I'm sure he'll text me in 5 minutes and say, "How dare you?" But he's not. Oh God, I kind of wish I was a California right now. So, anyways, that answered the question at least.
Thank you.
Well, and to add to that, and to help answer the question in line 9, it does add at the time of application or renewal.
Yeah. So I think that's where he was getting that from. Would be my guess. All right. Any other kind of questions, comments, concerns, Representative Lane?
So this is for Ms. Bailey. The data that goes over, or the dump, or whatever term that you use, limited info that's sent. So if I go in and I'm getting I've moved, and I have a new address, does that get sent over the SOS? So then, like, change of domicile, would that go over to them, and is that in that once a month stuff, or I'm just trying to make sure that I understand exactly.
Yeah,
what's going
whenever
over.
that data dump, whether it's a batch or when
Yeah,
that's sent,
okay.
it would give any of the updated information that we have at the DMV.
Okay, so it's new stuff coming in since the last batch went over.
Correct. Can I just add one thing though? When you come in to change your address with the DMV, we don't make you provide any proof of your address. You just write it on your application. So that's another instance of, and you don't have to even come in to change it. You can just mail in a form to change it with us.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions? All right, seeing none, I don't think is there any more discussion on the work session for this idea? Seeing none, I'm going to close our work session. We will stand and recess until the 10 a.m. hearing. It's Representative Cahill's going to introduce it. All right, we're back. For those wondering, we don't need to do the pledge. We've already done the pledge today. We did that for work session. So we're going to go straight into our public hearing. I'm going to open the notice public hearing for House Bill 1257, requiring that candidates for state representatives and state I'm tired. Requiring that candidates for state representative and state senator live in the district in which they seek election for at least 2 years. Representative Cahill is recognized for the purpose of introduction. Representative Cahill, welcome to Election Law.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and good morning to you and the members of the committee. What you have before me is, as you said, a pretty straightforward bill. Okay. And the reason I bring this forward is because, you know, we represent districts, we represent the people, our constituents in those districts, and I think it's useful if we had spent a little time in that community before we seek to represent them. Although we have statewide impact on many of the bills that we vote for or against, it's our community that we're representing. And being within the state, I don't think is quite the same. The communities are not all the same. And so I think you should, you know, be among those people, walk those roads, and not just put up a sign and fill a vacancy, but to be prepared to understand the community and to represent their interests if, in fact, you are fortunate enough to be elected to these positions. Now, reading the text, I did notice something that I think maybe could be addressed, because it says of the town, ward, place, or district. And I think ward could be stretching it, because while I live in Newmarket, and I represent Newmarket and Newfields, and there are 3 of us plus the Flotario, I think if we lived in one part of town or the other, we would still know the town. So I think maybe we could strike ward, because many of the people, you know, in the larger communities do have wards, and yet they're in the same city. Other than that, I think it's worth pursuing. I recall being when we had mixed seating, which I thought was another great idea. On one organization day, I sat next to a young Republican, and, you know, as we would on organization day, asked where he was from and tell me about the schools there. And he was from Hudson, but he had no idea about the schools because he'd only been there a short time. Although he's, you know, assured me that he lived in the state for 2 years. So, and I know we have people who sometimes forget to report that they've moved out of the district, and we require them to resign if they do that. So I think knowing the district, living there 2 years, would afford people a greater opportunity to understand and know the people that they represent, and that would be the reverse. It would also be true that people would know you and know who and what they're voting for. Be glad to take any questions.
Are there questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. Oh, I'm sorry, Representative Bay. I apologize. I missed you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question.
Certainly.
Could you clarify what you're saying about wards? And here's the spirit of my question. I live in Dover. We have districts that's 1 ward. And I live in a ward where, okay, here's a street, Toland Road. This side of the street is Ward 6, so it's a different district. That side of the street is Ward 5. It's a different district.
Right.
How does this bill affect that? Because if I'm just living on this street and it's like, oh, you know, that house fits my family better, I move across the street, and now I'm disqualified from running either on that. Yeah, it just disqualifies me.
Thank you for the question. And I think that's kind of why I had this epiphany now that we should strike ward. You know, take that right out of the bill.
But follow up, sir. But in this particular case, a ward is a district.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. That is a problem, and I trust that you, members of the Election Law Committee, will think about this, because you have greater expertise than do I. But the goal is that you should represent the people that you live among. Either that we have to get all these get rid of the wards. No, that's not gonna happen.
Representative Gusowski?
Yeah, I'm thinking about enforcement. How are we going to verify somebody's actually been there for 2 years, and what kind of proof would they have to present to show they were there?
Thank you. Another good question. I don't think we currently verify as sort of the honor system. Although I wouldn't object to there being some sort of proof that, yeah, I had my utility bills going back, or my rent receipts, or something. I don't want to say domicile, but that I can prove that I had if I were asked.
Follow up?
Yes, thank you. I was just thinking, wouldn't that kind of also limit the pool? I come from a smaller town and area. Wouldn't that kind of limit the candidate pool that could run?
Thank you again for the question. It does, and I know we already do have some struggle filling the 424 seats that we choose to have. But I think, again, if you're going to come up here and act on behalf of your community, you shouldn't be a stranger. They should know you, you should know them. And I thought that 2 years was the reasonable amount of time to get acquainted.
Further questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
I don't have any other pink cards. Does any other member of the public wish to speak to this bill? Seeing none, there's no one on the blue sheet, and online there were 7 in support and 6 opposed. The committee will stand in recess until 10:10. We're going to open the noticed executive session. Going to open the executive session for House Bill 1520, defining citizenship for the purpose of voting, and I recognize Representative Weary for the purpose of a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Because of the large fiscal note that's attached to that, I would like to move that we ITL that. I will reserve a plethora of comments that I could make about the testimonies that followed mine introduction.
Let's get a second first, if you don't mind,
Yeah,
Representative.
sure.
Representative C seconds the motion of inexpedient to legislate. Representative Weary is recognized to speak to his motion.
Thank you. I will forego a plethora of comments that I could make regarding the testimonies that followed mine from a fellow representative who should know what oaths are about, and a lobbyist who should never read Article 10 if she was upset about what the representative talked about. So I'll leave it at that and ask that the committee fully support the ITL for expediency's sake.
Is there further discussion on the motion of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1520? Representative Bay is recognized.
Thank you. Based on, we're of course voting ITL this as motion, but I just want to mention that there's a lot of support on that ITL online, and some of the comments I'd like to mention here is because it's unconstitutional, unnecessary, fiscally irresponsible, and harmful to the people of New Hampshire. And I just want to mention that was actually based on online testimonies.
All right, is there further discussion on the motion of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1520? Representative Weary.
Just, it's embarrassing the lack of civics understanding that those comments reflect.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and call the vote because we can call the vote. We can move on. All right, the clerk will call the roll on the motion of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1520.
Vice Chairman Quayle.
Yes.
Representative Pudoma Bryan.
Yes.
Clerk says yes. Representative Weary.
Yes.
Representative Wood.
Yes.
Representative C.
Yes.
Representative Kozowski.
Yes.
Representative Lane.
Yes.
Representative Ward.
Yes.
Representative Gilmore.
Yes.
Representative Muirhead.
Yes.
Representative Bay.
Yes.
Representative Newsom.
Yes.
Representative Opel.
Aye.
And Chairman Barry.
Chair votes yes. What's the? I was trying to count, but I couldn't get my
6,
count.
7, 8, 9, 15.
15. So the motion of inexpedient to legislate carries on a vote of 15-0. Representative Weary will be responsible for the committee report. Without objection, the bill will be placed on consent calendar.
Representative Wood. I'm sorry.
Representative Wood. He voted yes.
Okay, I didn't mark it.
Yeah, but it's inexpedient to legislate, so if it's ITL, it can go on the consent calendar. So without objection, the bill will be placed on the consent calendar. The executive session for House Bill 1520 is closed. We're going to open the executive session for House Bill 1106, requiring the public disclosure of citizenship of a candidate for public office, and Representative Bay is recognized for a motion.
Motion for inexpedient to legislate.
Is there a second? Representative Quayle seconds the motion of inexpedient to legislate. We're now in discussion of the motion of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1106. Representative Bay is recognized to speak to her motion.
This CCR is unnecessary, duplicative, and potentially harmful.
We're on 1106, Representative.
Oh. 1106?
Yes,
Oh, sorry.
it's okay.
I'm sorry.
I imagine we'll probably hear a similar speech, but it's fine. Just make sure we're on the same page.
No, I'm so sorry. I'm not.
It's unnecessary. It's okay. It's all right. Further discussion on the motion of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1106. It's okay. I imagine you will still be of the same mindset. It's fine. It's fine. The clerk will call the roll on the motion of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1106.
Vice Chairman Quayle.
Yes.
Representative Pudom O'Brien.
Yes.
Clerk says yes. Representative Weary.
Yes.
Representative Wood.
Yes.
Representative C.
Yes.
Representative Kozowski.
Yes.
Representative Lane.
Yes.
Representative Ward.
Yes.
Representative Gilmore.
Yes.
Representative Muirhead.
Yes.
Representative Bay.
Yes.
Representative Newsom.
Yes.
Representative Opel.
Aye.
Chairman Barry.
Chair votes yes. The motion of any speech to legislate carries on a vote of 15-0. Without objection, the bill will be placed on consent calendar. Representative Bay, you'll be responsible for the committee report. And the executive session for House Bill 1106 is closed. Yes, without objection, it was put on consent. We're going to open the executive session for House Bill 1255 FN, removing the requirement of more evidence than a campaign contribution to demonstrate that a vote, appointment, or nomination was a corrupt practice. I will recognize Representative Quayle for the purpose of a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that the committee to recommend that this bill be found inexpedient to legislate.
Is there a second? Representative Lane seconds. We're on discussion of the motion of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1255 FN. Representative Quayle, would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, I would, please. Thank you very much. This bill would repeal RSA 640:1, thus removing the requirement that more evidence than a campaign contribution is needed to demonstrate that a vote, appointment, or nomination was a corrupt practice. This implies that someone could use just a campaign donation to conclude or present as evidence that a vote, appointment, or nomination was a corrupt practice. Well, the receipt of campaign contributions by an elected official or by a candidate for elected office is a legal practice. Furthermore, voting, making appointments of persons to positions, submitting nominations for appointments are necessary and ethical for fulfilling the duties of many elected officials. No information regarding potential public benefits of this bill was presented to the committee since there was no testimony of the bill's scheduled public hearing by the sponsor, any co-sponsor, or any member of the public. Therefore, it's the view, my view, and I hope the committee will share it, that adopting this change in the statute would be against the public interest, and it should therefore be found inexpedient to legislate. Thank you.
Is there further discussion on the motion of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1255 FN? Hearing none, the clerk will call the roll on the motion of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1255 FN.
Vice Chairman Quayle.
Yes.
Representative Pudom O'Brien.
Yes.
Clerk says yes. Representative Wary.
Yes.
Representative Wood.
Yes.
Representative C.
Yes.
Representative Kozowski.
Yes.
Representative Lane.
Yes.
Representative Ward.
Yes.
Representative Gilmore.
Yes.
Representative Muirhead.
Yes.
Representative Bay.
Yes.
Representative Newsom.
Yes.
Representative Opel.
Aye.
Chairman Barry.
Chair votes yes. The motion of inexpedient to legislate carries on a vote of 15-0. Without objection, the bill will be placed on consent calendar, and Representative Quayle will be responsible for the committee report. The executive session for House Bill 1255 is closed. I'm going to open the executive session for 1462, and I will make the motion of inexpedient to legislate. Is there a second? Representative Lane seconds. We're now in discussion on the motion of inexpedient to legislate on 1462. Is there any discussion on the motion? I will speak to the motion. I think this bill is unnecessary and potentially has constitutional issues, and with that, I would like the committee to recommend inexpedient to legislate. Is there further discussion on the motion of House Bill 1462? Hearing none, the clerk will call the roll when she is ready for the motion of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1462.
Vice Chairman Quayle.
Yes.
Representative Pudom O'Brien.
Yes.
Clerk says yes. Representative Wary.
Yes.
Representative Wood.
Yes.
Representative C.
Yes.
Representative Kozowski.
Yes.
Representative Lane.
Yes.
Representative Ward.
Yes.
Representative Gilmore.
Yes.
Representative Muirhead.
No.
Representative Bay.
Yes.
Representative Newsom.
Yes.
Representative Opel.
Opal like the stone, sorry.
Opal. I'm so sorry.
Aye.
Thank you for the correction. And Chairman Barry.
Chair votes yes. The motion of any expedient to legislate on House Bill 1462 carries on a vote of 14-1. Is there any objection to this bill being placed on the consent calendar? Hearing none, the bill will be placed on the consent calendar. I will be responsible for the committee report. The executive session for House Bill 1462 is closed. We are now going to open the noticed public hearing for House Bill 1082. We're exiting executive session. Excuse me. We're recessing executive session. We're going to now enter public hearing, and we are going to open the public hearing for House Bill 1082, enabling municipalities to remove political signs from state-owned properties within property located within the municipality after an election. Recognize Representative Rombo for the purpose of introduction. Representative Rombo, I don't believe we've seen you in election law before, so welcome to election law.
Thank you very much, Chairman Barry. Yes, this is my first time in front of your committee. Good morning, everyone. I'm Representative Catherine Rombo from Bedford. I am here to introduce HB 1082, which, as you heard, relates to municipalities being able to remove political signs from state-owned property located within the municipality after an election. In short, it would allow towns to clean up old campaign signs from the sides of state roads, but still respecting the time frames that are in place for protecting political signage under the current RSAs. It's a slight addition, as you can see, to the current RSA 664-17, grew out of constituent requests to enforce cleanup of temporary road signs that are left indefinitely and end up as long-term litter. Towns may implement their own registration enforcement procedures for town roads, but they don't necessarily have control over state roads for cleaning up. And as many of you know, campaign signs for nationwide, state, local elections sort of sprout up in the hundreds overnight, it seems sometimes, and are often not retrieved by campaigns, even though the RSA does require them to be removed generally no later than the second Friday following the election. You can still find battered and broken signs months later in the weeds. So this bill would allow towns and municipalities to remove political advertising from highway rights-of-way and state-owned property after that second Friday following an election. It does not mandate any additional resources or enforcement schemes. If your town's public works department is cleaning up campaign signs from the sides of town roads, it can simply clean up such signs from the sides of state roads as well. I know you have a lot of bills to consider. I appreciate your time today, and I ask that the committee vote ought to pass on HB 1082. I appreciate your time. I'm willing to take any questions. I also have a constituent here who would like to testify after me.
Questions from the committee, Representative C?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. You mentioned in here, well, already in the RSA, it says the signs have to be removed by the candidates or committees within 2 weeks. But for this provision, new provision, it doesn't say if they need to be retained for any particular period of time.
I think if I understand the RSA correctly, right, that there's at the end of this section, if it's removed prior, it has to be kept until 1 week after the election date, right? So the way the new language is worded, it would be past that time before towns would be allowed to pick up these signs. So no, under the current, they wouldn't have to return it to the campaign because enough time would have passed for that provision to have expired.
Further questions? Representative Newsom?
How does this add anything with lines 16 and 17 that says political advertising on public property may be removed by city, town maintenance personnel?
I thought about that and looking at the language. I just think it's not clear when you say public property. It's not necessarily clear to towns and municipalities that they can take them and not return them and dispose of them from the state roadsides, the state rights of way, the highway. So I'm just trying to put that into affirmative language.
Follow.
And then regarding state highway right-of-way,
Mm-hmm.
the underlying property might still be property owned in fee by the abutting the landowner there, and it's only the right-of-way.
Mm-hmm.
How does that then play into it? Are we trying to remove that right from a landowner?
That was not my intention. That is an interesting question, and I am open to discussion for amendment if that's going to create some sort of conflict here. Yeah, thank you for that question.
Thank you for asking that, Representative, because that's what I was going to ask. So you beat me to it. Representative Wood?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have no problem with the bill. It's just that why do we think there's a problem now? I have no problem. Many times, I've only run 4 years. My signs get removed for a variety of reasons without any problems at all. So, and the state's actually pretty good with it because they put them someplace for you. So it seems like it's already been taken care of. I would suspect that that's their property, just like anything else. They would have control over it.
Certainly not a criticism of what the state is doing at this point. We've just found that I can only speak for Bedford and the constituent requests we've gotten. There just ends up being a lot of sign detritus after, and the state does the best they can cleaning up, but oftentimes the town staff is out cleaning up anyway, and we wanted to be able to give them clarity that they could take these signs after a certain period of time that have ended up in the weeds. To your point about why do we need this, this is a much narrower bill than what had been asked for from constituents about cleaning up roadside signs and trash and how to enforce that. My constituent who's going to speak after will probably talk about that. So this is pretty narrow. It is trying to improve a trash problem a little bit for communities.
So Representative Bay, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question.
Yes.
Maybe I'm missing something big, because as candidates, we're always told we're not allowed to put signs on public properties. So shouldn't we be solving the source of the problem as opposed to solving it after it happened?
I don't necessarily disagree. I was trying to chip away at a problem without creating more enforcement requirements with resources right now. And in talking to some municipal staff and to other folks, like in terms of where we could attack the problem, it's much more complicated. Political signage is complicated in terms of what we can take away from candidates' rights. I agree that we should be all responsible for getting our signs out of the sides of the roads. This is sort of a cleanup after the fact effort.
Representative Bay, follow up.
So wouldn't it be better if this bill would be for this enforcement, meaning when the sign comes up on public property, just remove them and not wait until after the election because they're not following the rules?
I don't think under the current RSAs that we, and you can correct me, this is your committee, but my concern is under the current RSAs whether we can do that, whether the towns can do that.
I think, I guess this is a would you believe, or is your intent to basically, because you do have lines 16 and 17, so is your intent to expand the public employees that can remove these signs after the elections? Because right now it has to be maintenance crew or law enforcement personnel.
I think the way it's amended, the way the proposed amendment does not expand that language, I would say. And we, in discussing it in town, I mean, I'm talking about DPW basically that's picking up signs right now, right?
So right now, I'm trying to get to the idea here, because there is kind of duplicative language with what you're trying to add in 16 and 17. But so you should have some background here that's not fair to you. We have spent a lot of time on this subject.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so you have no idea what you have unleashed on me.
I've triggered some. Okay.
Unleashed on me. So I think we almost spent an entire executive session on this subject matter. So we're all very familiar with this statute now. We have varying degrees of opinions on this, and believe it or not, it's not a partisan issue.
Yeah, no, that was my hope, actually.
Yeah, there's both sides on this.
Okay.
So one of the things that came up in when we were kind of exploring this is because of line 16 and 17, it says explicitly town maintenance. It says maintenance or law enforcement personnel, and what you're adding in the highway right of way notwithstanding. What you're adding is maybe removed by the municipality.
I see.
It is I would believe it. Would you believe that is an expansion? And was it your intention to expand that?
Okay, I see what you're saying. I can see scenario. All right, under that language, right? Could another town employee remove a sign after that period of time? Yes. I would believe what you say, but also that this is what the language is reading us. So how that lands with your committee in terms of prior discussions, I obviously don't have insight into at the moment, but
I assure you it will be a discussion.
it sounds like it will be. Okay.
We are election like this sort of stuff. It just kind of like how long did we spend on what was it like? We spent 2 hours one day on the ballot column rotation. So like this sort of stuff, we will go right into the weeds.
Yeah, and
we will not come out for a long.
Obviously, I respect the committee. If there's any amendment efforts that you think would be useful, but really, what it's trying to get at, we're just trying to clean up roadside trash. This is not just about campaign signs. We're just trying to chip away at a real problem that we get a lot of complaints about.
Are there further questions from the committee, Representative Weary?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Did the town try to call the Secretary of State's office to get clarification on this RSA as to whether or not maintenance could pick up things along the highway rights of way or state-owned property?
I cannot. I don't know that I could tell you if the town did call or not.
Further question from the committee, Representative Lane?
This is a would you believe question. So would you believe that in the city of Concord, they pick them up anytime that they don't think it belongs there? So
I would believe that.
They do not wait.
I would believe that, and I would also believe that a lot of towns and municipalities have schemes in place that they, enforcement schemes in place. We do, but not everywhere does. Not everywhere has the resources, and I was hoping to clarify that towns would have more ability to do so, where they don't necessarily have their own scheme in place.
Further questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. Next up and last up is Ralph Sidore.
Yes.
And Representative A, can you grab the blue sheet for me for 1082?
Good morning. My name is Ralph Sidore. My wife and I have been residents of Bedford since 1977. I was born in Manchester in 1944, and I've always been a resident of the state. I'm a veteran, and I have voluntarily worked as a ballot clerk in Bedford for a number of years, so I think I'm involved in what goes on. The first comment I'd make is that if I were driving in my car and was stupid enough not to notice the police officer in the car behind me and tossed an empty potato chip bag out the window, I would be stopped, I would be cited, and I believe the fine is several $100s, up to. If I put up a political sign and leave it forever, even though it's a larger piece of litter, there is no consequence. I think that is wrong. This started when Representative Rombo was a town councilor, and I asked her about getting a political sign removed. This was at least 4 or 5 months after the election for that particular candidate was over. It took a long time to get it done, and I believe that part of the problem was this whole issue of political signage. But in thinking about this issue, and this is several years ago, but about a year ago, I gave her the original proposal for this bill, and she's been working on it for me since then. The original proposal was not just for political signs, it was for all signage. And the intent was that towns could control all these little signs, not the ones that are permitted as part of the building permit process, but all signage. And what I suggested was that a town clerk should, let me restate that, was that an individual who wants to put up any kind of sign, employment, lost cat, not on their own property, but on telephone poles or on stand-on signs anywhere in the town, would have to register it with the town, no charge, but on the back of the sign would be their registration number and the name of an individual who was fiscally responsible, a resident of the state, for removing it. If they did not remove it on a timely basis, the concept was that the town could charge them for that, and we actually had a schedule of so much per sign, so much per square foot, something on that basis, so that we're creating positive and negative incentives to remove signage which has become litter. In my mind, if somebody puts up a lost cat sign or a employment offer or a sale of used furniture or whatever it is they're doing, after a period of time, say 60 days, it has no purpose anymore. All it is become is litter. I like this state. I think it's beautiful. I remember in the 50s we had a whole Keep New Hampshire Green campaign when I was growing up. And I thought a lot of that because I like the state. I think it's beautiful. But we've lost that. And people simply put stuff up and forget about it. Political signs, this isn't a partisan issue. I believe you said that, sir. But it is an issue that all of us should address because in places, and certain corners in Bedford are one of them, it is objectionable to an extreme. My solution was to do it with a financial incentive or disincentive. Perhaps that's beyond the scope of what you can do. Anything that can be done, I would appreciate. I support the bill that in its current form because it's a little step forward. But I think there's more to be done.
Will you be taking questions?
Sure.
I have one. So I drive through Bedford probably maybe 4 or 5 times a week because I live in Ware. So when I have to go to Concord, I take 77. When I have to go to Manchester, I come 114 through 101. So is that the corner that you're talking about, the 101, 114 exchange?
I actually don't go through that corner very often, although there's plenty of signs there.
Yeah, there's a bunch of signs. That's why I brought it. There's a bunch of signs.
The one I'm referring to primarily is the access onto 101 east from DW Highway north, South River Road.
Yeah, I got you.
That little triangle of land there can be buried in signs. Some candidates come back and pull their signs, some don't.
Yeah, and that's definitely on both.
That's state land.
That's definitely state land. Representative Wary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I do echo your sentiments about not wanting to signify New Hampshire, but you do understand that this legislation would only affect political signs, and do you also understand that the main concern that we have with the removal of political signs as prior to an election is that it's election interference, and that post-election, the likelihood of people being concerned about the removal of political signs decreases infinitely.
I agree with you totally, sir. My proposal never provided for signs to be removed prior to the election. I had talked about, I think, 10 days after an election, which the second Friday is a similar kind of timing, with the exception of a primary candidate who won.
Further questions of the committee, Representative Bay?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. This is an enabling bill. So my question is, right now, what is prohibiting the municipalities to remove the political signs?
I think there is a question in many minds about whether political signs have to be left alone because of free speech issues. I think this makes it clearer that they can, and actually specifically provides them with the ability to do so. And I think that's a plus. But I think that other signs in general, if they're on state property, can the town go on them? Can they not? I don't know what the rules are. I really didn't do a lot of looking at all the nuances of the legalities. I simply said, here's a problem, here's one way to look at solving it, and I made the suggestion to Representative Rombo, and she incorporated it into the start of a bill that has been very, very substantially modified from what we started at.
All right, further questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. I don't have any other pink cards, so does any other member of the public wish to testify? Seeing none. Thank you for coming, and I assure you, you should tune in for the exec because I promise you it will be lively. I promise you it will be lively. There was 2 people on the blue sheet, both in favor, and online there was 6 in support, 4 opposed. The public hearing for House Bill 1082 is now closed. We have 1 minute, so we'll grind out another exec. We'll open the noticed executive session for House Bill 1429. We're in executive session. We'll open the executive session for House Bill 1429 FN, enabling ballot counting to be paused in certain circumstances, and I would recognize Representative Gosofsky for the purpose of a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that HB 1429 FN be found inexpedient to legislate.
Is there a second?
I second it.
Representative Quayle seconds the motion. To any speed to legislate on House Bill 1429. Representative Gosowski, would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, just quickly. Thank you, Mr. Chair. After reviewing the bill, the committee did not see a clear problem in current law that this proposal fixes. Ballots are already counted accurately and in a timely manner under existing procedures. This bill would add new steps that conflict with how elections are currently run. For those reasons, I believe this bill is unnecessary and should be found ITL.
Is there further discussion on the motion of any expedient to legislate on House Bill 1429 FN? Hearing none, the clerk will call the roll on the motion of any expedient to legislate on House Bill 1429 FN.
Vice Chairman Quayle.
Yes.
Representative Pudoma Bryan.
Yes.
Clerk says yes. Representative Wary.
Yes.
Representative Wood.
Yes.
Representative C.
Yes.
Representative Kozowski.
Yes.
Representative Lane.
Yes.
Representative Ward.
Yes.
Representative Gilmore.
Yes.
Representative Muirhead.
Yes.
Representative Bay.
Yes.
Representative Newsom.
Yes.
Representative Opal.
Aye.
Chairman Barry.
Chair votes yes. The motion of any expedient to legislate. Oh, we do have an addition. I'm sorry, you missed. Representative Bogart joined us on behalf of Representative Toner.
For Toner. Okay.
Yes. So you had a call. No, he's still a member.
My apologies, I didn't know that. Representative Bogart.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, with that, the motion of any expedient to legislate carries on a vote of 16-0. Is there any objection to this bill being placed on the consent calendar? Hearing none, the bill will be placed on consent calendar. Representative Gosowski will be responsible for the committee report. The executive session for House Bill 1429 is closed. We are recessing the notice to executive session. We are now entering the public hearing, and we are opening the public hearing for House Bill 1325, enabling supervisors of the checklist to correct the checklist on any day of the week. And Representative Weary is recognized for the purpose of introduction.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and honorable committee members. For the record, my name is Robert Weary. I represent the Hillsborough District 13, the great town of Hudson. I am speaking on behalf of the prime sponsor who had other commitments and could not make it here today. She has asked me to read the following statement, so I appreciate your rapt attention to this. For House Bill 1325, enabling supervisors of the checklist to correct the checklist on any day of the week. This is a housekeeping bill to clean up something that was left off of a bill that was passed last year, HB 269, where we enabled supervisors of the checklist to meet on any day of the week rather than restricting it to only Saturdays. You may recall that. This change was strongly supported by both the supervisors of the checklist and the Secretary of State's office. The reason for this change in this bill was the frequent occurrence of snowstorms prior to the March town elections, which made it difficult for supervisors to meet during a blizzard on Saturday as required by law. No one was going out to register to vote because of the blizzard, and plows were being diverted to clear out the town hall parking lot instead of being where they were needed around the town, clearing roads for access. Former Deputy Secretary of the State, Aaron Hennessy, discovered that the update was missed in one other place while updating their documentation for the supervisors. So this bill is aimed at rectifying that oversight. And I will not be taking any questions.
Aller. Everybody was ready to go. Okay. Absolutely, yes, that's because that was purpose of introduction only and reading a statement. I don't have any objection with you rejoining, but the good news is I don't have any other pink cards. So, Representative Bay, if you could grab the blue sheet for me for House Bill 1325 and online. Thank you, Representative Bay.
And I had a question.
Online, there was 3 in support, 68 opposed, and in person there was 1 in support who did not speak. Does any member of the public wish to speak to House Bill 1325? Hearing none, the public hearing for House Bill 1325 is closed. We're going to exit public hearing. We're going to recess public hearing. We're going to resume our noticed executive session. Maybe. We're in executive session. 1821, okay. I know you're still waiting on your sub, but okay. We're good? Okay. All right. All right, we're going to open the noticed executive session for House Bill 1821 FN, exempting certain information collected from electronic ballot counting devices from the right to know law restrictions. Representative Quayle is recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that the committee find this bill inexpedient to legislate.
Representative Quayle moves inexpedient to legislate on
I'll
House Bill
second.
1821.
Second?
Representative Lane, you're seconding? He seconded. Okay, sorry. I saw a hand from the corner of the eye. I thought I got hopeful. All right, Representative Quayle, would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, I would. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Among other provisions, this bill would exempt ballot images collected by electronic vote counting machines from right-to-know law restrictions and mandate that such images be placed on a public website within 48 hours of an election, actually. It's my view that these provisions present an unacceptable risk to the right of voters to vote in secret without the possibility of being intimidated, coerced, or otherwise being improperly influenced to cast their votes according to the wishes of a third party rather than their own wishes. The bill itself acknowledges the possibility that personally identifying information might be found in ballot images, but includes no provisions for ensuring that such information cannot be used for illegitimate purposes. It's also my view that public access to ballot images before the statutory recount request deadline has expired risk disruption of the election certification processes as well as the recount process. So it's my view that this bill should be found inexpedient to legislate, and I'm hoping that the committee will agree with me. Thank you.
Is there further discussion on the motion of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1821? Hearing none, the clerk will call the roll on the motion of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1821 FN.
Vice Chairman Quayle.
Yes.
Representative Trudeau O'Brien.
Yes.
Clerk says yes. Representative Wary.
Yes.
Representative Wood.
Yes.
Representative C.
Yes.
Representative Guzowski.
Yes.
Representative Bogart.
Yes.
Representative Lane.
Yes.
Representative Ward.
Yes.
Representative Gilmore.
Yes.
Representative Muirhead.
Yes.
Representative Bay.
Yes.
Representative Newsom.
Yes.
Representative Opal.
Aye.
Chairman Barry.
Chair votes yes. The motion of inexpedient to legislate carries on a vote of 16-0. Is there any objection to this bill being placed on the consent calendar? Hearing none, the bill will be placed on the consent calendar. The executive session for 1821 is closed. We will now open the executive session for House Bill 1627, creating a single primary ballot, and Representative Gosofsky is recognized for the purpose of a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that HB 1627 FN be found inexpedient to legislate.
Is there a second? Representative Pruno O'Brien seconds the motion of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1627. Representative Gosofsky, would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, thank you. After reviewing the bill, the committee felt this proposal makes major changes on how primary elections work without showing that the current system is broken or flawed. New Hampshire's primary process has been working for a long time, and this bill would add complexity, cost, and voter confusion without a clear benefit. Since we did not see a real problem needing fixing, I believe that this bill should be found inexpedient to legislate.
Further discussion on the motion of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1627 FN. Hearing none, the clerk will call the roll on the motion of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1627 FN.
Vice Chairman Quayle.
Yes.
Representative Trudeau O'Brien.
Yes.
Clerk says yes. Representative Wary.
Yes.
Representative Wood.
Yes.
Representative C.
Yes.
Representative Gosofsky.
Yes.
Representative Bogart.
Yes.
Representative Lane.
No.
Representative Wood. I'm sorry, Representative Ward.
Forgot what I was saying. Yes.
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 Representative Gilmore.
Yes.
Representative Muirhead.
No.
Representative Bay.
Yes.
Representative Newsom.
Yes.
Representative Opal.
Aye.
And Chairman Barry.
Chair votes yes. The bill will be reported out as any speech to legislate on a vote of 14-2. Is there objection to this bill being placed on the consent calendar? There is objection. The bill will not be placed on consent calendar. Representative Gosowski will be responsible for the majority report. Representative Lane, who will have my minority report? Representative Muirhead will have. Well, you know, you talk to your ranking member, Representative. Yeah, will you include that in your remarks? I wanted this on consent. The executive session for House Bill 1627 is closed. We still have 9 minutes, so we're going to keep grinding. I'm trying to get this stuff done, you know. I'm ahead of schedule, so I feel like I'm sort of making up for the first week.
Okay, what's the number?
We're gonna do. We'll do CACR 14. So we will open the executive session for CACR 14, relating to the qualifications for office, providing that candidates for the office of governor, state senator, and state representative shall be citizens of the United States. And Representative Prudhomme O'Brien is recognized for the purpose of a motion.
I move ought to pass.
Representative Prudhomme O'Brien moves ought to pass on CACR 14. I apologize, Representative. And Representative Wood seconds. We are now on discussion of the motion of ought to pass on CACR 14. Representative Prudhomme O'Brien, would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, I think that this is good. We could put this in the state constitution. I think it's a little different from 1520, which we just voted against. This is the best place to put this. I thought the other bill was a little cumbersome. That's the difference. Thank you.
Okay, further discussion on the motion of ought to pass on CACR 14. Representative Bay is recognized. Hold on, Representative Gilmore, you want to grab your microphone before you just do it? Sorry, Representative Bay, just trying to do a favor to our members.
Thank you. We'll be voting. I'll be voting no on the ought to pass motion because CACR 14, as I was saying earlier, much earlier, is unnecessary, duplicative, and potentially harmful. U.S. citizenship for state office is already required under RSA 655:1, and no evidence shows that the statute is unclear, unenforceable, or constitutionally deficient.
Further discussion on the motion of ought to pass on CACR 14. Representative Muirhead, did you want to speak, Representative Muirhead? I apologize, I missed your hand.
I can go either way, but I did want to just say briefly, I'm not aware of any non-citizens in the history of the state of New Hampshire having been elected to the House, the Senate, Executive Council, or governorship. But that it may have happened. I'm just curious if we're aware of this having happened and aware of this having become a problem. If anyone knows anything about the history of this, I'd love to be enlightened about it.
For discussion, Representative Weary.
So there's actually, following World War II, in I believe it was the late 40s, there was actually an RSA relative to municipal officials being citizens of state. It's still in the RSAs. I think it's there. So there is that sort of requirement. So it's not, no pun intended, completely foreign to this discussion. But so I just, in case you weren't aware of that, I just want to provide that information.
Further discussion on the motion of ought to pass. Representative Lane's recognized.
There was no evidence given of anyone who fit those circumstances, Representative Muirhead. It was purported that this was a cleanup provision because in other states, non-citizens can run for certain things, and they wanted to close that door by putting it in the Constitution because the RSAs could be amended.
Further discussion on the motion of ought to pass on CACR 14. Hearing none, the clerk will call the roll on the motion of ought to pass on CACR 14.
Vice Chairman Quayle.
Yes.
Representative Perdomo O'Brien.
Yes.
Clerk says yes. Representative Wary.
Yes.
Representative Wood.
Yes.
Representative C.
Yes.
Representative Kozowski.
Yes.
Representative Bogart.
Yes.
Representative Lane.
No.
Representative Ward.
No.
Representative Gilmore.
Yes.
Representative Muirhead.
No.
Representative Bay.
No.
Representative Newsom.
No.
Representative Opal.
Nay.
Chairman Barry.
Chair votes yes. Can the clerk give me a count? Because I lost count. 10-6. CACR 14 will be reported out as ought to pass on a vote of 10-6. Representative Prudhomme O'Brien will be responsible for the majority report. Representative Lane, who will have our minority report. Representative Bay will be responsible for the minority report. It's a CACR 14, not that it's going on. It's a CACR, it's not that it's going on consent calendar anyways, but it can't regardless. So we will close the executive session for CACR 14, and we still have 4 minutes. We are grinding. This is awesome. I know the CACR 21 is that way, Madam Clerk. Going to open the notice executive session for CACR 21 relative to voting eligibility, providing that only legal residents who are at least 18 years old, are at least 18 years of age or older, who reside in the place they claim as domicile shall be eligible voters. And Representative Weary is recognized for the purpose of a motion.
I'd like to make a motion of ought to pass.
Representative Weary moves ought to pass. Is there a second?
Second.
Representative Gosowski seconds. Representative Weary, before you speak to your motion, would you mind if I introduced an amendment?
I would love that.
Okay. I would like to move Amendment 2026-0455H to CACR 21. Is there a second?
Second.
Representative Gosowski seconds. I'll speak to the amendment. As promised when I introduced the bill, the purpose of the bill was only to address U.S. citizenship as a requirement for voting in a New Hampshire election. So I removed every change that touched domicile, inhabitant, resident, whatever you want to call it. They are all gone. So the only thing that this adds is it adds to line 12 to make it read, all elections are to be free and every inhabitant of the state, that's the current language, and it adds who is a United States citizen of 18 years of age and upwards. And the only other change is on line 14, where OLS added what is now common practice, the he or she has his or her domicile, and there are no other changes to this amendment other than that. So happy to discuss the amendment if there's any discussion on the amendment. Our rules allow us to take up an amendment by a voice vote. Representative Lane, is there an objection to taking the amendment up on a voice vote? No. We're going to vote on the amendment. All in favor of adopting Amendment 2026-0455H to CACR 21 say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. The ayes have it. Representative Weary now moves ought to pass as amended on CACR 25 with Amendment 2026-0455H. Is there a second?
Second.
Representative Gosowski seconds. We are now on the motion of ought to pass as amended. Is there discussion on the motion of ought to pass as amended? Representative Lane is recognized.
Thank you. As with the other amendment, CACR 14, I'm going to be voting against it primarily because it's not necessary. It's already in our statutes. It's never been a problem. And to be a registered voter, you have to be a citizen. I just don't think this is necessary. So that's why and to go through all the, for lack of a better word, brouhaha, to go through and do a constitutional amendment, it just doesn't seem necessary.
So further discussion? I would respectfully refute that. There is currently a case being prosecuted through the DOJ for a non-citizen voting in New Hampshire. And the reality is to the representative's point, it is only codified in state statute. It can be changed by a simple majority by the state legislature and the governor, and I do feel that it should be forever codified into the state constitution. So I feel that the I hear that, but the reality is there are movements across this country to allow non-citizens to vote in state elections. Eventually that will make its way here, and I think it's time to put those guardrails up now before it's too late. Is there further discussion on the motion of ought to pass as amended on CACR 21? Representative Ward, yes.
Just a question for the chair. Could you cite some of those states where this movement is afoot?
Yeah, there's California, I believe in San Francisco, you can vote in their local elections as a non-citizen. Representative Weering?
That it?
You know, there are also, I believe there are also some cases where we find that there are public officials, not in New Hampshire, but in other states, who have been, elected and gone through that process, and they subsequently come to find that they're not even naturalized to the U.S. And so are illegal aliens who are characterized as illegal aliens who are in elected official positions. And so this problem is present, thankfully not in New Hampshire, but we need to put up guardrails to prevent it.
Representative Lane's recognized.
Yes, just for the record, and it can be done later, I'd like to have the name of the DOJ suit, and because I was not aware of that, and also for the other places where illegal aliens have been elected, rather than go on hearsay.
Yep, I'm happy to send that to you, Representative Lane. The just so you know, the case is out of Manchester, so I will get that to you. I don't believe it's gone to full adjudication yet, but I do know it's being prosecuted. Further discussion on CACR 21. Hearing none, the clerk will call the roll on the motion of ought to pass as amended on CACR 21 with Amendment 2026-0455H.
Vice Chairman Quayle.
Yes.
Representative Perdomo O'Brien.
Yes.
Clerk says yes. Representative Weary.
Yes.
Representative Wood.
Yes.
Representative C.
Yes.
Representative Gozowski.
Yes.
Representative Bogart.
Yes.
Representative Lane.
No.
Representative Ward.
No.
Representative Gilmore.
Yes.
Representative Muirhead.
No.
My apologies, Representative Gilmore, was that a yes? Okay, thank you. Representative Bay.
No.
Representative Newsom.
No.
And Chairman Barry.
Chair votes yes. Is that, what's the count again?
10-6.
Okay,
Yes.
CACR 21 will be reported out as ought to pass as amended on a vote of 10-6. I will be responsible for the majority report. I'm sorry, Representative Weary, I apologize, will be responsible for the majority report. Who will be responsible for the minority report? Representative Lane will be responsible for the minority report. We're going to close the noticed executive session for CACR 21. We're going to recess executive session and we're going to re-enter our noticed public hearing. Going to open the public hearing for House Bill 1604, requiring suitable public facilities such as schools and town halls to be made available as polling locations upon request by local election officials. And we will recognize our own Representative Gosowski for the purpose of introduction.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Honorable committee members, my name is Jim Gosowski. I represent Rockingham 1, the great towns of Northwood and Nottingham. Today I'm here to present HB 1604. This is a simple, common sense bill that closes a loophole existing in statute so elections can be held in a suitable public facility. This bill fixes an oversight in existing law. Under RSA 658:9, selectmen and ward officers are responsible for designating and providing suitable polling places for elections. However, the statute does not clearly state that once a suitable public facility is identified, that facility must be made available. That omission creates an unintended loophole. As the law is written today, a town can be legally required to hold an election but lack authority to ensure access to the only suitable public space available. Why does this matter? Especially in smaller towns. In many small towns, options are extremely limited. Elections are commonly held in churches, schools, town halls, or libraries. If a private facility that has been hosting elections chooses to no longer host elections, then another facility must be found. But when the only remaining suitable facility is publicly owned, current law does not address what happens if that public facility says no. So let me share with you a real life example. In Northwood, elections were held each year at our local church. In 2023, the church decided it could no longer host elections due to other use of the facility. The town then needed to hold a special election after the church had opted out in 2023. The only facility that met the accessibility and space requirements under RSA 658:9A was the elementary school. The select board requested use of the school for the special election, and the school board declined that request. As a result, the town was forced to hold the election at the town hall that did not meet the statutory requirements. So what does this bill do? This bill ensures that town or city-owned public facilities, including schools, town halls, fire stations, or similar facilities, are made available for the use as polling places when requested by local election officials, provided the facility meets the existing RSA requirements for size and accessibility standards. This is not a new mandate. It is clarification that ensures the law functions as intended. So local control and operations are preserved. The decision to request the public facility remains local. The bill explicitly allows normal educational, governmental, or public safety operations to continue. This bill is about election access, not operational disruption. This bill addresses an oversight. It's not a policy shift. Elections must be held. The responsibility already exists in statute. What is missing is the final step, ensuring access to publicly owned facilities when no other suitable option exists. This bill simply aligns authority with responsibility. HB 1604 is simply a clarification bill. It supports smaller towns, ensures elections can be held in a suitable public facility. It is limited, practical, grounded in real experience. I thank you for your time, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Are there questions from the committee? Representative Prim O'Brien.
Thank you. Do you recall why the school did not want to host the special election, or what reason they gave?
I do. Because there was an election held in June, which was a primary, the special election was held in September, and when the select board approached the school, our actual situation was the church said that we could hold the primary special election, but then it said we could not hold any elections after that. In fact, they said they couldn't have any, and we didn't know a special election was coming. So when the special election arrived, we approached the church and said, can we still do this? They said, well, only that one. So for the primary. So now we were stuck for the general election. For the special election, and the only other option we had was to go to the school, and the school said that it was too close to school opening, because I believe it was September 19th. School was already opening, the calendar was set, and they weren't able to make any provisions for that. That's what they got back to us. I could get more detailed, but I get in trouble, and I'll tell you later if you really want to know more.
Representative C.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Representative, for taking my question. Is this just for any election, but not adding a polling place? Because the fiscal note was based on NHMA saying that this adds an additional polling place.
No, it does not add a polling place. This is what I said simply. If you read the RSA, the select board or ward councilors are tasked with finding a place. But there's nowhere that says once you find that place has to comply. So like in smaller towns like us, you have the school board, library trustees, so they kind of run their facility. This is when, in this case, when you have no other option, like in our town's pretty small, this does not allow that. Basically, for the situation I just stated to happen again.
Further discussions, Representative Newsom.
Thank you. Are schools town or city owned? Or do we need to kind of tighten up the definition of, because that would be owned by the school district, wouldn't it?
Well, that's why we put public facilities. A school is still a public facility. Unless I'm missing where you're driving at.
Yeah, in line 4 and 5, upon any request, any town or city-owned facility within the town or ward, including schools. So it still has that qualifier of town or city-owned facility.
Okay, I think that was more put in there for an example. But if we wanted to tighten it up, I don't have a problem with that.
And then, sorry.
It's all right.
One more follow-up.
So long we're on the same line of reasoning.
Well, it is with schools and whether this would apply to school elections and town meetings and school district meetings, or just the elections.
No, it would just be the election. So again, the whole point of this is the RSA has a loophole. It says select board, you have to find a place, I'm just talking from my town, select board, you have to find a place to meet. Okay, but once you find that place to meet, that place is not obligated in statute to say okay. This just does that so it doesn't create that problem of, okay, what do we do now? Because then when we held the election in a place that didn't meet the statute of requirements, size and availability, ADU access, we had to hold the election. And that was the only other option. What I tried to find out, to be honest with you, if we had to get an okay from the Secretary of State, I wasn't able to track that down in time to find out if that's how we were actually allowed to hold it at Town Hall. Because Town Hall does not meet the requirements.
Representative Bay?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. As we're not supposed to have a state law to solve a problem that's specific to a town. So do you know of any other cities or town where this is a problem in addition to the problem that you have in your place?
Okay, let me clarify. I don't want you looking at this as a problem. This is a loophole in the RSA that needs to get addressed because you're giving authority to the Select Board of Ward Councilors to find a place to hold elections, but then that place that you find can actually say, no, there's nowhere in the statute that says once you find that suitable place. Now again, I want you to understand that the town, I'll just talk from my place, the town would meet with the place, they would work it all out and stuff. But it would avoid any place that would say, no, you can't do that because they either have a beef with a selectman or have a beef with a school board or somebody else. So it takes all of that dynamic out because we have to hold our elections. And in smaller towns, the spots are very limited. A lot of towns, the churches do them. We had in our town, the church doing it for a long time. But then because they went in a different direction, they actually put in a daycare center. Now they actually have a school in the spot where we used to hold elections. So that kind of put us in a bind. They can do that. And in our town, the only suitable spot now is the elementary school.
Further questions? Excuse me, not discussion. You just asked, right, Representative? All right, so no. Sorry, I try to go back and forth. Representative Weary.
So I do understand the problem of having the selectmen having the responsibility but without the authority over a particular building. But what about are there situations where the school or whatever that public property isn't owned by the town itself, is owned by another entity, and therefore if they allowed the use of it once, would they be beholden to have it used forever in that capacity?
I'm not quite sure where you went with that because I don't know how a publicly owned property would be other than publicly owned.
Further questions from the committee? Representative Gilmore.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, actually, I've experienced some of this problem, so on Ward 3 in Dover, I voted in 5 different places and been moderator of 4 of them. And this issue has arisen. But my only concern here, because I'm supportive of the concept, my only concern here is that a ward officer of a city ward somehow could command this and not be in like a vote of the city council. I just don't quite understand that, the language here. That I mean, as moderator, I never saw myself in the position to say, well, that school is in my ward. I want to vote there. I want us to be able to vote there instead of a nursing home or a church or another nursing home or someplace else. My concern is the language.
Okay. Yeah,
the question. I eventually got to the question. I believe I can talk a lot.
I can't really address a city because I don't know how it works. And again, please don't misunderstand. I'm not bringing this because we actually experienced it in town. What we experienced in town brought to light that there's a loophole in the RSA. So that's really what I'm trying to clean up. It's not like I'm trying to fix a problem or there was any kind of issue here. And if we have to clean up the language that it applies to cities or whatever, it's just the RSA tasks a group to find a place for the election, and once that group finds that place, that public place does not have to say no if it is run, like I said, just for our example, a school board or whatever. And that's the only option. So it's fixing a loophole that I see.
Further questions from the committee? Seeing none, I don't have any other pink cards. Any other member of the public wish to speak? Absolutely, come on up. Just go ahead. You toss the pink card up. Just Representative Gossi, thank you. Representative Bay, can you grab the blue sheet for me?
My name's Tina Guilford. I'm from the town clerk in Derry. One thing, RSA 658:9 says the selectmen of each town and ward shall provide for a suitable place. So I think that's why the ward is noted, because it's the ward selectmen in a city that are supposed to choose the polling place. I know a lot of times it's the alderman, but that's what the statute says. I wasn't going to speak on this bill, but there was a question of this happening previously. And this is an issue we ran into in 2021 in Derry. We had a special election and we had a primary, which we held in our middle school. And then we were unable to hold the general in our middle school. And we ended up going to a private property to hold that special general in December of 2021. There is definitely sometimes some issues that you run into, school versus, school board versus town, selectmen, council, that kind of thing. And a lot of times the school buildings are owned by technically the school district. So there aren't lots of places in Derry that we can vote that fit the requirements that have parking. We have gone the private route because we vote at Pinkerton Academy, which is a private high school, and we contract with them, which is really difficult to do sometimes when we don't know when elections are going to be. Things like the presidential primary, where we're kind of waiting and waiting and waiting for that date to be set. Other things we can schedule ahead of time. Pinkerton has been great to work with as they are willing to either cancel school, adjust their calendar, do a remote day. They've done a couple of different things to really help us out. When we were voting in our middle schools, they always wanted to have school, which was just another traffic headache on top of the traffic headaches we already have in Derry. So I would say that this is something that does happen at the local level, but elections need to be held. And maybe this could just be something that we could just say, regardless of who are in these positions, this is where we vote, this is where we're going to be.
Because the more you move polling places around, the more confused voters get. So having them always in the same place, as long as the place is suitable, is important for voter continuity. And I'm happy to take any questions.
Questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. There was no one on the blue sheet. Online was 4 in support, 1 opposed. The public hearing for House Bill 1604 is closed. We will open the public hearing for House Bill 1381, extending the time of the party filing period, which I think is Representative Wilhelm or me. I don't know. It might be. He's not here. I think I'm a co-sponsor on it, so hold on. Okay, I'll do it. I'm going to give the gavel. I actually want to testify on it, so I'm going to give the gavel to the vice chairman.
The public hearing for HB 1381 is hereby open.
Okay.
Thank you, Representative Berry. Don't forget your pink card.
I will fill out the pink card.
Thank you.
I wasn't expecting to do this one. I wasn't expecting to. I literally just picked it up. I haven't, I hope it's a good bill. My name is Representative Ross Berry, represent Hillsborough 44, towns of Goffstown and Ware. I'm here to introduce House Bill 1381, extending the time of party filing period. So as the committee knows, we've worked really hard to move the party primary into June. So in consultation with Representative Wilhelm, what we would like to do is look at extending the party filing period since there's going to be more time now, hopefully. So for those of you who aren't familiar, if after there's the primary filing window, and then after that window, there's I want to say it's a 3-day window, the next Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday after it's closed, that if no candidate has filed for that office for a party, that party has the opportunity to do what we call party file, which is they put they can just put somebody, the party can just nominate somebody to be on the primary ballot. So what this would do is they would extend that period from a day of, I believe it's 3 business days currently, to 10 business days, because the idea being we've got plenty of time, and neither party has an advantage here. All it does is allow the respective parties to kind of scramble and get a full vote, because I will tell you right now, who is somebody who's heavily involved in recruiting for a state representative, finding 400 people is not easy or fun when you pay $100 a year for effectively can be a full-time job. So this kind of makes it a little easier on the parties to get that done, and that was the purpose of the bill. I'm happy to take questions.
Other questions from the committee?
Oh, that's gonna be a lot shorter than last time I was up here. Awesome. All right, cool.
Not seeing anything.
Oh, I didn't get away with it.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, Representative Wood.
Yeah, what is the extension?
I believe the existing day is 3 days, so this would go to 10 days. This is 2 weeks. But with it being even with where it is now, it really wouldn't make a difference because the primary is so far separated from the filing date is so far separated from the actual primary. But if we're going to move it all, since we're moving the filing back to March, we have even more time to get this done. So it won't be an issue, or at least it shouldn't be.
Further questions from the committee? Not seeing any. Thank you very much.
Cool.
I don't have any pink cards indicating a desire to testify. You would have one? Oh, okay. Thank you. Joseph Barton. Thank you for testifying today.
Thank you. Representative Barton, Grafton, District 1. I support this bill. I was actually a town chair for my party many, many years ago, and there are several occasions where we didn't have a candidate and we couldn't get a candidate by write-in. You need 25, I think it's 25 to get a write-in candidate. And if you fail at that measure, then the state party chair has to hustle to try and fill that vacancy. And it's hard to coordinate for one person, that's the party chair, with so many districts. So allowing more time for this absolutely makes sense. I'm not going to take any questions, but that's my testimony.
Thank you for your testimony. Is there any other further desire to testify? Not seeing any. Representative Berry, would you bring the blue sheet over? And Representative Newsom, would you mind telling us the online?
Gladly.
Thank you.
Support 4, opposition 0.
Okay, thank you very much. With that, I'm closing the public hearing for HB 1381 and turning over the gavel to the chair.
Some would say unanimous. All right, that was a lot better than last time I was up there, right? We can all agree on that. See, I too can make a joke. I'll fill one out. Let's get the execs going, and then I'll fill one out because we can try to burn through some more because we are ahead of schedule. Okay, so we're going to leave the notice public hearing period in recess, and we will re-enter the noticed executive session. So we will open the noticed executive session for House Bill 1083 FN, requiring the disclosure of the source of certain political donations in state elections. Representative Wood is recognized for the purpose of a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move 1083-FN to inexpedient to legislate.
Representative Wood moves inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1083 FN. Is there a second?
Second.
Representative Gosofsky seconds. Representative Wood, would you like to speak to your motion?
I would. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to point out that we're talking about, again, collecting names and addresses of people who give donations. If I felt like I could do something with those names and addresses, maybe, other than doxing people or going after people, I don't see any advantage of this bill being passed as far as make it any difference to the expenditures for both of these positions. I believe the governor was pointed out for up at $500,000, and also the executive council, all of us actually, I'm sorry, executive council, state senate, and state representatives. So I don't see the benefit of it. Thank you.
Is there further discussion on the motion of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1083? Representative Muirhead is recognized.
I'd like to point out that the logic of ITLing this would also argue for eliminating the requirement that political candidates file reports showing the identities of their donors, a requirement that rests on all of our shoulders. Every political candidate has to do that if they collect donations beyond a certain very small threshold. This bill would require that same transparency of organizations that give huge amounts of money to campaigns for statewide office. The threshold here is $500,000 if an organization gives $500,000. So I would almost say that to ITL, this is to say we want to protect dark money, and we want to advantage political committees in ways that political parties aren't advantaged. Political parties also have to reveal the names of their donors. I've heard members of this committee in prior sessions unanimously say they're for transparency. They're not for micro-regulation and for webs of regulation that are difficult to enforce, but they're for transparency, and that's what this bill does. So I'd urge my friends in this committee, regardless of their party identity, to oppose the ITL motion.
Further discussion on the motion of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1083 FN.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Representative Opal.
Recognizing that I'm only a substitute today, I'd like to support my colleague, Representative Muirhead's comments, but I'd like to add this point. I believe we all have an obligation to the citizens of this state and to provide them with the kind of transparency so that they understand that if someone comes in to spend $500,000 on a statewide race or $50,000 in one of our races, that's a significant amount of money, and I believe we owe it to the citizens and the voters of this state to make sure they have that information when they go to the polls. Thank you for giving me the opportunity.
Absolutely. Further discussion on the motion of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1083. Okay. You can ask questions, then nobody has to answer.
Correct. Reading your bill, you commented about campaign finance reporting for state representatives, for example. With that, the reporting requirements there exempt reporting the names of individuals who donate less than the particular threshold, which currently is in aggregate threshold of $50, which personally I think should be higher, but nonetheless, there is an exemption for small dollar donations as defined by $50 or less. I do not see such an exemption in the bill as written. Shall file on line 6, shall file with the Secretary of State an itemized statement disclosing the name and address of each original source of the funds used for the expenditure. So that is a basis, I believe, another basis for not supporting this bill. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Muirhead's recognized.
I think that's, I'd just like to respond to Representative Quayle's point and say I would gladly scramble upstairs over lunch to compose an amendment that allowed any donor to a political committee who donated less than $100 to remain anonymous. And I do understand that there might be, let's say, organizations that bundle very, very large numbers of very, very small donations. And in principle, those could sum to over $500,000. Take a lot to do that, but it might happen. And I think I agree with you, Representative Quayle, that there might be a logic to not revealing the names and identities of small donors. I think this could be changed to accommodate that concern.
Further discussion? Hearing none, the clerk will call the roll on the motion of any expedient to legislate on House Bill 1083 motion of any expedient to legislate on House Bill 1083. FN, I told you guys I'm not with it today.
Vice Chairman Quayle.
Yes.
Representative Prudhoe-O'Brien.
Yes.
Clerk says yes. Representative Wary.
Yes.
Representative Wood.
Yes.
Representative C.
Yes.
Representative Kozowski.
Yes.
Representative Bogart.
Yes.
Representative Lane.
No.
Representative Ward.
No.
Representative Gilmore.
No.
Representative Bay.
No.
Representative Wilhelm. I'm sorry. Sorry. Wrong one. Did I miss Representative Muirhead? I pressed the
No.
wrong one.
Representative Muirhead would be no.
Okay. My apologies. I placed the incorrect replacement. Oh, let me fix that. Okay. Sorry. Where am I? Oh, yes. Representative Newsom.
No.
Representative Opal.
Nay.
Representative Long.
No.
I think I got you all here. All right, sorry. And Chairman Barry.
Chair votes yes. And what are we at now? Up, down, up, down. 9-7? Okay. House Bill 1080, is that correct? 9-7? 9-8? 9-8. I think it is 9-8. I think it is 9-8.
Oh, I'm
now.
sorry.
Yep.
Yes, that's where I made that mistake earlier.
House Bill 1083 will be reported out as an expedient to legislate on a vote of 9-8. Representative Wood will be responsible for the majority report. Representative Lane, who will have the minority report. Representative Muirhead will be responsible for the minority report. The executive session for House Bill 1083 is closed. We will open the executive session for House Bill 1021, requiring certain political committees to disclose the identity of their donors. Representative Muirhead is recognized for the purpose of a motion. 1201, what did I say? I meant 1201. 1201. Representative Muirhead is recognized for the purpose of a motion. I believe he has an amendment, correct? Or is it the next one? You have an amendment to this, right?
I do, but I would like to propose OTP. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Muirhead recommends ought to pass on House Bill 1201. Is there a second? Representative Lane seconds. Are there any amendments?
I'd like to introduce an amendment, please.
Representative Muirhead would like to move an amendment.
This is Amendment 2026-0269H. I distributed it to your desks earlier this morning, and it, just in the interest of legislative craftsmanship, extends the effective date to January 1, 2027, which would make this bill much more easy to implement in the event it were passed. So I would ask my friends on the committee to support this amendment, regardless of their views on the underlying bill.
Further discussion on the, did you have a second on your amendment? Representative Lane seconds the amendment. Has been past precedent and policy for this committee, we adopt amendments that don't substantively change the bill if it's the intent of the sponsor. So that's the reason why we went to OTP first, as a courtesy to our members. So I will be voting for the amendment, even though I might have issues with the underlying bill. Our rules allow us to adopt an amendment on a voice vote. Representative Lane, is there any objection to the amendment being adopted on a voice vote?
No.
No. Hearing no objection to a voice vote, all in favor of adopting amendment 2026-0269H to House Bill 2001, say aye.
Aye.
Yeah, all opposed say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. Representative Muirhead is recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move ought to pass as amended.
Representative Muirhead moves ought to pass as amendment on House Bill 2021 with amendment 2026-0269H. Is there a second? Representative Lane seconds. We're now in discussion on the motion of ought to pass as amended. Is there discussion on the motion of ought to pass as amended? Hearing none, the clerk will call the roll on the motion of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 2021. House Bill 21 with amendment 2026-0269H.
Oh.
I imagine it will be two.
Okay, okay.
I would be surprised if there wasn't.
So you're telling me to get another sheet ready?
Yes, ma'am.
Just trying to get the first one clear. Hopefully I got this right.
My Fill on my Sears.
All right, here we go. Vice Chairman Quayle.
No.
Representative Perdomo Bryan.
No.
Clerk says no. Representative Wary.
No.
Representative Wood.
No.
Representative C.
No.
Representative Kozowski.
No.
Representative Bogart.
No.
Representative Lane.
Yes.
Representative Ward.
Yes.
Representative Gilmore.
Yes.
Representative Muirhead.
Yes.
Representative Bay.
Yes.
Representative Newsom.
Yes.
Representative Long.
Yes.
Representative Opal.
Aye.
And Chairman Barry.
Chair votes no. The motion is defeated. Representative Wood is recognized for the purpose of the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move 1201 ITL, please.
Is there a second? Representative Quayle seconds the motion of any expedient to legislate on House Bill 1201. Is there any discussion on the motion of any expedient to legislate on House Bill 1201? Hearing none, the clerk will call the roll when she's ready on the motion of any expedient to legislate on House Bill 1201.
Mr. Chairman, what was the first vote total?
It was 8 to 9.
Vice Chairman Quayle.
Yes.
Representative Perdomo Bryan.
Yes.
Clerk says yes. Representative Wary.
Yes.
Representative Wood.
Yes.
Representative C.
Yes.
Representative Kozowski.
Yes.
Representative Bogart.
Yes.
Representative Lane.
No.
Representative Ward.
No.
Representative Gilmore.
No.
Representative Muirhead.
No.
Representative Bay.
No.
Representative Newsom.
No.
Representative Long.
No.
Representative Opal.
Nay.
Chairman Barry.
Chair votes yes. The motion of any expedient to legislate on House Bill 1201 carries. Representative Wood, you will be responsible for the majority report. I assume Representative Muirhead will be responsible for the minority report. The executive session for House Bill 1201 is closed, and we are standing in recess for 1 minute.
1 minute. What was the vote?
9 to 8.
9-8.
we're going to reopen our public hearing. Going to open the notice public hearing for House Bill 1326 relative to special elections and recognize Representative Long for the purpose of introduction. Representative Long, welcome back to election law.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Patrick Long, representing Hillsborough 26, which is Ward 7 in the city of Manchester. And this is actually a bill that was requested by my alderman, who is another Republican named Ross. So, Mr. Chairman, maybe you'll like this bill. So this is a response to the situation in Manchester when Representative Bouchard resigned, and they technically would have still been within the window to declare a special election to coincide with the municipal election, except that they didn't believe that they could get it approved by the governor and council in time, because it would have been right before the window to do that closed. So this requires the governor to speedily declare a special election in the event that the governing body of the municipality requests it within the time frame where that would otherwise be a problem due to the possibility of the governor and council meeting on time. And I'll take any questions.
Other questions from the committee? Seeing none. I don't think I have any pink cards for this. Yep, go ahead and if you don't mind. Representative Beck, can you grab the blue sheet for me?
Did you fill yours out?
I did fill mine out. Yes. There's no one on the blue sheet. That makes that life easier. And online, you can rejoin the committee, Representative Long, in a second. You don't have to worry about it. 1326. 1326 was 3 opposed, 3 support, 2 opposed online, no one on the blue sheet. The public hearing for House Bill 1326 is closed. Let me find out if I'm getting my sub back real fast. So let's stand in recess for 1 minute while I figure out if my sub's coming back. The committee is going to stand in recess for 5 minutes while the respective party leaders caucus with their members. the contested ones first. So,
57 approval of ITL.
okay. We're back. We're going to open the public hearing for House Bill 1838 FN, establishing executive session. Yep. We're establishing a voter-owned elections fund and commission and raising vehicle registration fees. And Representative Weary is recognized for a motion on House Bill 1838 FN.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I'd like, with all due deference to my fine colleague from Hanover Lyme, I would like to move ITL.
Is there a second? Representative Wood seconds. We're now in discussion on the motion of any speak to legislate on House Bill 1838. Would you like, Representative Weary, like to speak to your motion?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Regardless of the merits of the bill, the financial note is prohibitive, exceeding $1.5 million, I believe, or close to that. And so I'm always fearful of the words indeterminable increase. Because of that, I recommend that we move it inexpedient to legislate.
Further discussion on the motion of any speak to legislate on House Bill 1838. Hearing none, the clerk will call the roll on the motion of any speaking to legislate on House Bill 1838.
Vice Chairman Quayle.
Yes.
Representative Perdomo O'Brien.
Yes.
Clerk says yes. Representative Weary.
Yes.
Representative Wood.
Yes.
Representative C.
Yes.
Representative Kozowski.
Yes.
Representative Bogart.
Yes.
Representative Lane.
No.
Representative Ward.
No.
Representative Gilmore.
No.
Representative Muirhead.
No.
Representative Bay.
No.
Representative Newsom.
Yes.
Representative Long.
No.
Representative Opel.
Nay.
Whipple, sorry. Woo. Chairman Barry.
Chair votes yes, so that's a vote of 11.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I had 10.
10 to 7. Okay. All right. Representative Wood will be responsible for the majority report. Representative Muirhead, are you doing the minority? Okay. The executive session for 1838 is closed. I think what I'm going to do is I will open up House Bill 1695. I'm going to recess it because I was going to bring an amendment. And there's errors in the amendment, so I'm just going to recess it. So we'll do that at a later date. There's no other. I don't believe there's any other contested execs. So with that, yes, go ahead, Representative. No, Representative Weary is in charge on 1838. You're welcome. So with that, I don't believe we have any other contested, at least I don't foresee any other contested execs today. So we're going to break for lunch, and I think our subs can go home. But obviously, you discuss with your relative leadership if that's your goal. But I think that's where we're at. So I will see you guys at 1 p.m. For public hearing. We are recessed.
Okay.
Gonna resume the public hearings. Gonna open the public hearing for House Bill 1223 relative to the moderator's authority to verify the device count during an election. And I'm going to recognize Rep. Scully for the purpose of introduction.
Good afternoon, Chairman Barry and honorable members of the committee. For the record, my name is Kevin Scully. I'm a state representative from District 8, Ward 6 in Nashua, New Hampshire. And I did provide some testimony that's there. If you would not mind passing that out for me, please, I'd appreciate it. Thank you. So I am here to introduce House Bill 1223, a bill that confirms the constitutional authority of the moderator to sort and count the vote, even in voting subdivisions that employ a voting machine. This bill also lays out a process to transparently report vote total discrepancies between a machine count and a hand count, if any have been discovered by the moderator. As you all know, the second part of our Enhance the Constitution deals with the structure of our government, including the process for conducting elections. Article 32 of the second part deals with the process of holding elections. And I won't read the entire article, but basically the gist of it is it's governed by a moderator who shall sort and count said votes and make a public direct declaration thereof regarding the results. And this practice continues today. According to our excellent legislative research staff, there are 294 voting subdivisions in New Hampshire, and 197 of them still rely on the moderator and his or her staff to manually sort and count the votes. So roughly over 2/3. Which brings us to the reason of this the reason why this legislation has been filed. And John Cothran, the moderator from Ward 9 in Nashua, who is here to testify today regarding the bill, was threatened with arrest because he intended to sort and count the votes. His offense, deciding to sort and count votes in a voting subdivision that employs a voting machine. Now, New Hampshire does authorize the use of voting machines. RSA 656:40 states that the mayor and the alderman can, and again, I'm paraphrasing, can authorize the use of the machines, and after purchasing machines that are approved by the Ballot Law Commission, should use the electronic voting, the voting machines after that. The law does not state that the moderator cannot sort or count the vote. So from my perspective, no legislation can invalidate the Constitution. And our Constitution states that it's the moderator who sorts and counts the votes. And any legislation that seeks to invalidate the Constitution must be corrected or repealed. To be clear, this bill does not invalidate the use of voting machines. And the moderator will still be free to rely entirely on a voting machine if this legislation is passed. But it appears clarification of the constitutional authority of the moderator is required, and this bill makes it clear that the moderator is the final say on the counting of votes. The legislation also lays out the process that must be employed if a moderator discovers a voting discrepancy, and lays out reporting requirements so that there is full transparency regarding the tabulation of the final voting results. If a hand count is used to substitute for a machine count, the results of both the hand count and the machine count must be reported so that candidates and concerned citizens can see exactly what has been done. Passing this legislation will have multiple benefits. First, it will make clear to all the constitutional role and authority of the moderator. Second, it will serve as a deterrent to machine tampering and a check for machine fault prior to verification. And finally, passing this legislation will build on the excellent work of this committee that you've already done and increase the voters' trust further in the process. I don't need to tell you that many voters view these machines with distrust, knowing that a qualified local person that they have elected to ensure accuracy can verify the results on the day of election will help reinforce the trust that is so vital to a smooth functioning democracy in our society. So I urge you to please consider looking at this as an incremental improvement on the already excellent work this committee has done. And with that, I appreciate your time and consideration. I will take any questions.
Other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. Next up
Thank
is
you.
Bob Wayne from Goffstown. All right, I guess not. Oh, there he is.
Hey, my name's Bob Wayne from Goffstown. I'm for this bill for the reason this process is very sacred to our society, and I believe that transparency is the key to the whole entire thing. And I wish for everybody to vote for this bill. Thank you.
Okay, will you be taking questions?
Sure.
Are there questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is Richard Brooks.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak before the committee and the chair for recognizing me. So in my personal life, I've worked several jobs, one of which is towing everything from large trucks to small vehicles, and we use an app. This app tells me where to take it. You know, everything's done through a computer nowadays. I've looked at this to see the price so I can tell the customer, and then when I get to the scene, the price has changed. A simple glitch in a system that we use every day. I have also worked in own a business selling used Jeep parts. I use an inventory system that puts its stock number onto the vehicle to keep track of parts because all the VIN requirements of selling used parts and legalities there. I've found that the computer model that I use for my inventory, I use a 2-letter code for the different models of Jeeps. People may be familiar with TJs, YJs, XJs, CJs. When I find a Cherokee with a TJ, that doesn't match. Apparently when I change the part code, it merges 2 parts. It's another error in computers. I'm sure anybody can find errors in computers through their life. This happens. They're not perfect, unfortunately. So this is what brings me here. I've been an election official in the city of Somersworth for over 10 years, most often as a moderator. I've seen firsthand the new election tabulators that we just started using, and they have surprised the general public with the obvious new integrated technology, and that may cause election integrity skepticism to become more common than it already is. And I have seen voters ask this question of me while working. The proposal provides a common sense double check to reassure voters the machines are accurate. At the end of the election, the moderator is responsible for overseeing a process of counting ballots in 4 different ways, ensuring reconciliation between them. 1, a total number of ballots counted by the machine itself. 2, a total number of ballots counted by hand when we remove them. 3, a total number of voters checked in on the check-in list. And 4, a total number of ballots used and unused, which of the used ballots must match the other 3 numbers. With these new machines, we have now stopped hand counting the number of ballots when they are removed from the machine. When election counts are conducted by hand, which is common in smaller towns, those hand counts must ensure at least 2 different election officials count the total ballots. The election tabulator machines are never subjected to this double check. We simply trust the machine. This proposal would simply allow a moderator, if they so choose, to conduct a double check, supplemental hand count, reconciliation, audit, or whatever you would like the proper term to be. Not a recount. This happens during the election before anything's ever finalized, still unofficial results, conducted at the end of the night. Randomly counting one race simply assures voters the machines are not making mistakes. Doing so takes only a few extra minutes, costs nothing extra, and is a sensible action. On the other hand, the random audits that the state has conducted over the last few years adds additional cost to the election. Why spend the time and money when we could do this procedure instead? I have conducted just such a hand count in the past. At the end of the night, the ballots must be removed from the machine, which looks like a mess. They're all disorganized. Throw them on the table, and we have to organize them to fit in the neat little boxes to be resealed. In doing so, you can simply orient them the proper way. If you pick the top ballot, top race on the ballot, it's easiest, but it could be anyone. You orient them, sort them out, maybe Biden, Trump, Trump, Biden, Trump, Biden, write-in, Trump, Biden, 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 and so on. This creates 3 piles that can be quickly counted by 2 different election officials, revealing a hand count result for the 2 candidates and a third for total write-ins and blanks. Add the 3 together, and you have the same old hand count reconciliation that we used to conduct as we removed the machines, as well as reassurance the ballot counting machine is accurate and our elections are secure. Thank you very much, and I will certainly take questions if anybody has any.
Other questions from the committee? Representative Gilmore.
Have you ever had a recount, the state do a recount in your ward?
I've never had to do a recount.
No, I mean, has the state done a recount for a candidate in your?
Not in the ward that I worked at. Somersworth has 5 wards. They did do Ward 4, I believe, a year or 2 ago, but I was not working in that ward.
Thank you.
Further questions from the committee? Representative Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. You mentioned that an additional work will only take a few minutes. Could you describe where that few minutes actually coming from, and I will do the follow-up later.
Yes, so as I said, when you remove these ballots from the machine, they just drop into a box or bin underneath the machine, and you pull them out and it's a mess. They're every which way, very disorganized. The boxes that we must seal these in are fit perfectly for the ballots. So to get them back in there, we can't just stuff them in, crumple them. We have to organize them all in the same direction at least. So to take a couple people, if you put them on this table here, and this can be all done above board with people watching, and you simply organize the ballots to face the same way, and at the same time you're scanning them for the candidate of whatever race you so choose, and you can sort them into 2 piles, 3 piles, because you have to have a write-in or the lesser blanks that end up creating a third one. But once you have these 2 piles, you can then simply one person count each pile and then swap the piles and count again. Now you've had 2 people count both piles and you have a count that you're sure of. And in doing so, there's still paperwork going on for the end of the night that the moderator must do. Even with these new machines, the education, yes, it's a tricky word, sorry. That takes a lot of time just to scan through the machines and do this. So to do all this can be done in literally just a few extra minutes. And I'm saying this from the experience of Somersworth, where we have 1,500 voters on the election roll for that precinct ward in our case. And often I've seen votes cast be anywhere from, a couple hundred on municipal elections to 1,500 on a presidential election. And I would say it only adds a couple of minutes, all while other stuff is going on. So again, it doesn't really take extra time. Does it take a couple extra minutes opposed to the way we do it now? Sure, but it doesn't really extend the work at the end of the night. And again, this is all optional. If nobody wants to do it, they don't have to do it, but it does give us a way to just double check, verify, and it's a completely random audit, if you will.
Thank you.
Further discussion? Representative C.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. My question has to do, are you carefully auditing just the bills or the ballots from the machine and not the write-ins which were held separate?
Yes, that would be correct, because the ones that would be held separate usually get set into the side. They're either overvotes or something that the machine won't accept. Spoiled ballots would be as well. Obviously, those are set aside, not counted, or counted separately afterwards. But again, they're all added in the total if it's an actual hand count, where we have to, of course, with the machine, this has changed everything. So don't quote me on every process, because we've only had one election with this new machine, and the process for the write-ins are a little different now, so I might misspeak on that, but it's not intentional. It's just, I'm not fluent with it like I have been for the past 10 years without these new machines.
Follow up?
Follow up?
I take it you only have one machine in your ward, so.
Yes, each ward has one machine
So,
in Summersworth.
in a location that uses more than one machine, they would have to isolate what's in a particular machine.
I would assume so. Again, I've never worked with multiple machines, so I can't speak to that.
Further questions, Representative Ward?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I see on lines 7, 8, and 9 of the bill that precedence would be given to the hand count, and I was wondering if you had any knowledge of the accuracy of hand count versus voting machine.
I
as you
certainly
call it.
agree that there could be mistakes made. Obviously, by having two people count them, you're hopefully ruling out any mistake like that. And I would also say, as you're scrolling through, you're also double checking that you've got the right person in the right pile as you're doing this count. You know, in my opinion, I wouldn't be concerned if I was 1 or 2 off. I'm not here to make the night longer. If I was 1 or 2 off, I would just simply trust the machine. But if I came up with a 20, 30, 50 number difference, I'd be far more concerned and be wary of relying on the machine at that point. That's just my personal opinion on this, not related to how the bill is written.
Further questions? Representative Newsom?
Thank you. The moderator looks like they have the choice to do this and the choice to choose the election. What would happen if the moderator looks at the tape and says, ooh, that race is pretty close, didn't go my way, I wanted the other guy to win, and then I'm going to choose that one to recount?
So if it was that close, I believe it would trigger a recount anyway. And again, this is not a recount. This is all done at the end of the night as we're counting up the ballots. Remember, during a primary, we have to count how many Republicans came in and voted, how many new registrants registered as Republican. If you're undeclared, how many took a Republican or Democrat and then returned. So we're counting a lot of stuff just based on party stipulations or regulations as well at a primary. This is simply night of, count the vote. Again, if you want to, one race, just to double check the machine. If it's that close, it's going to trigger a recount. That's a whole separate thing done a following day or week later, whatever the time frame is for that municipality's recount.
But my point, though, is that the machine has a number and has a count. Then the moderator has the ability to count that again.
Mhm.
And then there is that other where the candidates have the option to recount. So why don't we just rely on what we have now, where in that close difference where it matters, we have the recount procedure?
So I see where you're coming from. Where I believe this bill would make both results provided, both the hand count and the machine count, as I understand it. So that difference or discrepancy would simply be noted. And, you know, if it was close enough to trigger a recount, obviously that's a more thorough count of that race. If it's not noted, I mean, if somebody wins by 20 and it's off by 2 or 3, that doesn't change the results of the election. So I don't see it would be a big deal there. But again, this is more just to verify the machines. As I said, in our personal life, I think if you ask anyone, they can give you an example of where a computer, electronic machine has made errors. I'm not saying it happens with everything. And again, I've never found a discrepancy when I've done this, but there's enough people out there, and just the nature of the general public is skeptical of our elections. This is just a common sense way to reassure that our machines are counting accurately.
Further questions? Representative Newsom?
Prior to the election, are the machines tested?
Yes.
Thank you.
You can continue to answer. It's fine.
Yep. So of course, because I live in a city, the city clerk conducts those tests. They try to get the moderators and so on in to do that as well. And I'll tell you, we have a hard time staffing even everybody to do our elections. It's hard to find the people. But yes, the machines are tested through the guidelines that the state puts into place. I actually participated in with the new machines, and might be a quick little side note, but I think it's worth noting. They had to put in write-ins and so on, and as I'm filling in those write-ins, there was a write-in that was Louise, and then a Queen Louise, which of course is a different name. But when I put in Louise, typed it in, and then a Queen Louise later, and then I went to type in Louise, it grabbed Queen Louise, which wasn't the vote. So that's even a little discrepancy I found in these new tabulators and the laptops that we have to use in the process. I was reassured by the representative with that machine that they were going to fix that little discrepancy and make it so that it wouldn't choose a partial name and add another name to it. But again, it's just another example of how these computers can make mistakes, whether it's programmed or not. There's glitches. We need to work those out and make sure that they're accurate.
Further questions from the committee? Representative Weary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. When you do that check before the actual election, how many ballots are put through the machine at that point?
I believe there's a calculation based on the number of voters in our precinct that has to be used, but I think it was somewhere around 50 ballots. And they had to be put in every different direction, upside down, right side up. So they were actually run through 4 times.
Follow up.
So there's no test challenge to the machine that would take it through the full number of votes that would be encountered during an election, is there?
So I believe what you're asking is the test runs a much lower number than what happens on election day. Yes, that would be correct.
One more?
Follow up.
So then, not to put words in your mouth, but it sounds like what is being proposed is some sort of quality control verification that the machine is accurately counting at the election level for that number of ballots encountered at the actual election, rather than a small sampling as is encountered during the preliminary test. Is that correct?
I would agree, and I would like to add to that. If anybody recalls the Volkswagen emissions scandal, those were actually programmed to run clean and pass a test once they were plugged in and being tested. Then once you unplug the test, the vehicle did not meet emission standards anymore and operated as it wanted to, not as it was required by regulation. So, I am no technology guru. I don't understand technology to that level, but it just, again, there's things that can happen with computers. This is a way to quality control check it real time immediately after the election before anything's finalized.
Further questions? Seeing none, thank you. Next up
Thank you
is
very much.
John Cawthorn. Yep.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. My name is John Cawthron. I am the one who helped Representative Tully draft this bill. I am the moderator of Ward 9 in Nashua. And as moderator, I can tell you that the systems put in place at my local level to ensure election integrity are sound and robust. The ballot control process is detailed and secure. To ensure ballot integrity, we hand count the number of ballots provided to my ward prior to election day, and then again at the conclusion of election night to ensure that phantom ballots cannot be added to the vote totals. We use a hands-on, double-verified series of checks and controls that ensure accurate election outcomes. I know of only one glaring vulnerability in our election system. In my private life, I am a senior systems analyst for a medical communications company. I interact with software, hardware, and databases on a daily basis. It is in this capacity that I can tell you that if a machine can be programmed to do good, it can be programmed to do bad. Machines and software are also capable of making errors. This matters because it is the output of these machines, the tabulators that we rely on to determine who wins or loses an election. I would ask you, who do you think determines the outcome of our elections? In a perfect world, the voters would. In reality, whoever programs the memory cards of the tabulators is in control of our elections. Therein lies the vulnerability. The programmers control those memory cards, they control the results. It is beyond dispute that the tabulators can be programmed to flip votes from one candidate to another. You can see the video examples in this and the documentation that I've provided to you. As I stated, am I stating that this is occurring here in New Hampshire? No, I'm not saying that this is occurring. What I am saying is that this is possible, it could happen, and it is a vulnerability within our system. As a moderator, I represent the interests of the candidates and the voters. I take an oath to that effect. As Mr. Scully stated earlier, Part 2, Article 32 of the New Hampshire Constitution imparts upon the moderator the authority to govern the election, receive, sort, and count the votes. It does not impart this authority to the Secretary of State, the Attorney General, city clerks, or their subordinates. The Supreme Court case that I referenced in the materials that I have provided to you, Opinions of the Justices 53 and H 640, affirms the constitutional authority of the moderator. It further states that the time and place to correct any miscount that occurs in an election is on election night by the moderator. When the tabulators were implemented, moderators across the state, most famously Willie Fries of Danville, performed parallel hand counts of elections as a matter of course in order to verify that the tabulators were counting votes accurately. This practice was known to William Gardner, it was known to Orville Fitch, and as far as I'm aware, it was known to Mr. Scanlon. Orville Fitch had called it an example of New Hampshire common sense. It took place from 1978 till 2014. As I stated earlier, as part of the ballot control process, all ballots are hand counted at the end of election night. All a parallel hand count does is sort the ballots into piles by candidate. In 2024 with Ayotte and Craig, those totals are added up to verify that we end up with the same number of ballots we started with. Those individual totals are then compared to the tabulator printout to ensure that the tabulation is accurate. It takes no extra time and there's no extra cost. It is a fantastic and necessary quality control process if you want fair elections in New Hampshire. Wally Fries died in 2014. In 2016, for reasons unknown and without amending Part 2, Article 32, the powers that be in Concord usurped the powers and duties of the moderators and decided that parallel hand counts were no longer allowed. The powers that be in Concord then began threatening moderators with being charged with a criminal offense if they performed one. The classic case of this occurred in 2016 with the Attorney General's office threatening Mary Chills, the moderator of Derry, with legal ramifications if she did her duty. This same thing happened to me in November 2024 when Dick Tracy of the Attorney General's office called me on election night, interfered with my performance and my duties as an election official, and threatened me with arrest and prosecution if I allowed a parallel hand count to take place. So here we are today. In truth, on election day, I have no way of knowing that the tabulator is counting votes accurately. I'm expected to trust that the people before me did everything according to the book. For reasons unknown to me, I'm not allowed to look under the hood. I'm not allowed to look up behind the curtain in our elections. I'm told to just go get along and go along. I'm expected. Sorry, I missed a little bit. So I'm not supposed to ask questions or challenge the status quo because I'll be threatened with punishment if I don't play ball. Why they don't want me to look behind the curtain and make sure things are accurate, I have no idea. The Federal Harbor Act requires that our elections are part of a no-trust system, that every link in the system is to be verified by all parties before it is put into place. It is my understanding that New Hampshire accepts harbor money and is therefore obligated to put in place a no-trust election system. Yet I am expected to certify an election that I have no way of knowing that the tabulator count is accurate. It is my belief that my oath and my duty require me, to the best of my ability, to verify that the tabulator is counting votes accurately. The parallel hand count process does that. I'll ask you, how can I certify an accurate counting of the votes that took place when I'm not allowed to verify that it has taken place? In the current situation, I am being put in an impossible circumstance. If I follow my oath, I will be charged with committing a crime. If I do what the powers that be in Concord tell me to do, just go along to get along, I'm violating my oath. So I ask you, how could anyone with a moral compass perform their job under these conditions? Could you? Would you? Would you want to spend 22 hours running an election and at the end of the night face the wrath of the Attorney General's office for doing your job to protect the rights of the voters and the candidates? With this said, I ask that you support HB 1223 in order to codify, restore, and preserve the authority given to the moderators by the Founding Fathers of New Hampshire in Part 2, Article 32. In closing, I anticipate that the powers that be of Concord will argue that Part 232 does not provide the moderator with the power of an audit. I submit to you that an audit can only take place once the election has been certified and the results submitted. Only the moderator can certify the election, and the moderator should not be certifying anything until they are sure that all votes have been counted accurately. To that point, when you file your tax return with the IRS, they are not considered certified and true until you sign and file them with the IRS. Once certified and filed, the IRS can then audit your return. Does the IRS come to your house as you're filling out your return and start the audit process? No, they do not. They cannot audit your tax return until you signed, certified, and submitted it. And the same principle applies here. This is not an audit, it is not a recount. No audit can take place until the moderator certifies the election and submits the results. Until that takes place, the moderator is simply performing their duties as required under Part 2, Article 32. Thank you for your time, and I will take any questions.
Other questions from the committee? Representative Muirhead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for
Oh.
taking my question.
Yes.
First, I just wanted to verify, did you say that you were key influence in writing this bill? Did I mishear that?
I was the one who approached Representative Scully and helped author the bill.
Okay. Yeah, follow up. I just want to, so as I understand it, you know, if this were to pass, a moderator could opt to do a hand count of any particular race or races. And if the hand count total were different from the tabulator total, excuse me, not total, but the hand count of the candidates' votes were different than the hand count, than the tabulator count, the hand count number would prevail.
Correct.
Thank you. And I'm just working up to my question.
Yeah, I think I know what question you're about to ask, actually. Go ahead. I think I do.
Okay, I mean, it seems that what my worry is that hand count may have introduced a grave error somehow in the count, and yet that's the one that's going to prevail. And my question is, why not, if there's a difference, why not have a process for arbitrating that difference, like do another hand count, or verify that the machine is working properly? Why let that first hand count prevail when it might be the thing that's introducing an error into the process?
So just so that you know, the hand count, the purpose of the parallel hand count is to make sure the tabulator is tabulating the votes properly. During the election process, we use the same process the Secretary of State uses at the State Archive building when they do recounts. A double count verification of the vote, which means there's two people counting 25 ballots. They then swap the ballots and count them again to make sure there's 25. So the hand counts are extraordinarily accurate. On top of that, there's not enough time on election night to actually recount all the races. It's impractical. So this would never be used as a matter of common sense to let's hand count all the races. That is not the purpose of this. You could not get your election workers to do it. And the hand counts, because they're double counted and verified, that's how we end up counting the ballots at the end of the night. It's the same process. So we would hand count one race at the moderator's discretion. So we would basically be counting all the ballots for the day, which we do at the end of the night anyways, using the same process, a double verification hand count, and we come up with the numbers of the ballots. The difference is, at the end of the night right now, we have one giant pile of ballots. So I'll go a little further. The Friday before the election, I'm giving the ballots to my ward. My ward election team, we count the ballots, because if they say they gave me 5,000, we can't trust them. We count them. Quite often, it's a few off. At the end, so just say we end up with 5,000. At the end of election night, we do the same thing. We pull all the ballots out of the tabulator, we pile them all up in piles, count them using the same double hand count to make sure we ended up with the same number we started with. All this does is, I was going to do the Ayotte Craig race, which was decided before the election. Me and my election workers got together and decided the race that we would do this with. I was going to put the Ayotte ballots in one pile, the Craig ballots in another pile, count them up with the double count method we use, and add that together to make sure the total ballots were the same. Then use the hand count totals, compare that to the printout of the tape. They should match exactly. And like the previous moderator said, if it was one or two votes off, that's not enough to make us question the results of the accuracy of the tabulator. But what if it is 50 votes off? We need to finish election night on election night. So in that case, since I personally trust the hand counts more than I trust the tabulator, the hand count should prevail. Because the election workers I have, at least in my ward, are experienced. They know how to count the ballots. It's a process we do in every single election. It's not a new process. This is not new. I don't know if I over-answered your question. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So my question is, the crux of your argument is that the current state law infringes on your right as a moderator to basically conduct the count as you see fit, effectively. right?
I didn't know there was a state law. I assumed that people in Concord were taking powers they don't have and preventing me from performing my duties as I see fit under the Constitution.
Okay, so that is the I'm not misinterpreting that your argument, right?
That's correct.
Okay, so my kind of follow up to that is by dictating that the moderator has to take the first hand count over the machine count, isn't that the same interference that you're seeking to end?
No, the purpose of this is simply a quality control check to verify that the tabulator is counting votes accurately. So the moderator can do this at their discretion if they don't have to if they don't want to. In my case, my election team knew what we were doing and they know how to count the votes. And before the election takes place, we choose one race, and then we just only supplemental hand or parallel hand count that one race.
All right, Representative Long. Actually, we had an alternate here.
So in 2022, there was a recount that ended up going to a lawsuit and having the result overturned because the initial hand count in the recount was wrong and they misplaced a stack of ballots. So is it your position that Maxine Mosley actually should have won that race, even though the initial hand count turned out to be wrong? Because my impression is that that's what would happen under the principle that you're proposing here.
No, because in this situation, I would submit that no recount can take place until I certify the election. So this is an election night process that's occurring anyways. So no audit or recount can take place. That's why I gave the example of you submitting your tax return. During the election night process, I certify the election. So the hand count is only taking place if a moderator chooses to do so that we can make sure that the tabulator is working properly. But no recounts happening, no audits happening because the election has been certified. It's still open. So we're still going through a process of end of the night reconciliation. And this is a step that we counting the ballots anyways. And I agree with the previous moderator, about 25% of the voters, as they walk by me, make a comment how my vote doesn't matter anyways. So that's my experience. People are very non-trusting of the system since 2020. So imagine being put in my shoes when the voter said, how do I know that my vote counts? And as a moral person, right now I can say, I don't know if that tabulator is working properly. I have no idea for this.
Representative Waring.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Would you foresee any problem with this if we amended it to making, to recording the machine count as the count of record and then providing an alert to the Secretary of State's office that in fact there had been a discrepancy found during this hand quality control check and that you have some concerns about the accuracy of the machine and you request the Secretaries of State office to look into that aspect?
That is possible, except the Supreme Court case that I gave you, the justices in the Supreme Court have already decided that the best place to correct counting mistakes on election night is on election night by the moderator in the presence of selectmen. So Supreme Court has already ruled that what I'm asking for is the best way to fix things. So I also believe the second part of this bill that Representative Scully put in there does address that issue in that if I discovered a discrepancy, I would immediately report that to the city clerk and to the Secretary of State so they could look into the discrepancy to see what happened. Now, if the Secretary of State then said, I won't certify this election until we do a nothing account at my office, that's fine with me. All I'm trying to do is be able to fill my oath and serve my voters.
Representative Waring.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And so if we, so the last part that you expanded on, is that, that aspect isn't in the bill, is it?
The aspect of notifying the Secretary of State?
Yeah, and then having I don't remember it being in there. That's
I would have to defer to Rep. Scully if he's still here.
We are notified. Thank you. We are notified.
I'm sorry.
Excuse me. Thank you. The bill as written, we would be notifying both the clerk and mandating the clerk notify the Secretary of State that a discrepancy has been found. It does not call for the Secretary of State at that point to do another recount. Again, if we're up by 1 or 2, perhaps, and the election was decided by 400 or 500, I'm not sure it would rise to the level of requiring that, but we're making sure everybody knows in the purpose of total transparency what's going on there. And all the numbers are right there in front of everybody. So if a candidate or a concerned citizen wants to contest what's been done, they've got all of the numbers right in front of them so they can, argue on that issue.
Further questions? Representative Lane?
Okay.
Thank you, Rep. Scully.
Thank you for taking my question.
You're welcome.
I'm still trying to wrap my head around all this and the reason is, I'll get to the question. My concern is that at least the cases that I'm familiar with, the discrepancies have been in the hand count or human error. They are not the machine's issue. So my concern is, why did you pick that the hand count would prevail?
Because in my experience, I have to reconcile the total number of ballots at the end of the night. So we use the hand count as the only way to do that. So we hand count the ballots prior to the election. We always hand count the ballots after the election with the same system used by the Secretary of State at the State Archives building for a recount. So in my experience with my poll workers, the hand count is actually extraordinarily accurate. It's never been, I've been a moderator since 2023. I think I've presided over at least 5 elections. The hand counts are always accurate. And in the case where I did have an elderly gentleman, you could tell his count was off, we recounted his stack. But in my ward, we recount like 5,000 ballots. It's a big job. So I get 4 teams of 2 people to do the ballot counting. But at the end of the night, we have to reconcile. So we know that the hand counts are accurate because we have to end up with the same number of ballots we started with. And we've only had to do a second hand count once since I was there.
Follow up.
So that's great. My concern is that I don't know if everybody is as meticulous as you are because the cases we've investigated or have been investigated, we didn't, but have been human error. I mean, votes left in the machines, not cleaned out properly. They weren't counted properly. So that does occur across the state. So again, are you comfortable with those results that the hand count should prevail?
I'm very comfortable using one race as a quality control check to make sure the tabulator is accurately counting the votes. I'm not insinuating that a moderator should decide we're hand counting all the races. But what other way can I find out that the tabulator is doing its job properly? We know in Wyndham it didn't. We know there's other circumstances it didn't. So I would say putting trust in a machine is just as bad as putting trust in a human.
I won't go there. I'm not going there.
Further questions? Representative Gosowski.
Just one quick one, thank you. You do check the machines before the election?
I do not.
Okay, the clerk does. Okay, I'll rephrase that. The machine is checked before the election, and then it's moved to somewhere before the election. So I guess my question is, because of the credentials you said earlier, what could possibly happen between when it was checked and verified that it was correct to election day and election night? I'm just trying to understand, if we checked it here and it was okay, how could it get messed up in between, I guess?
Well, as Representative Warrior alluded to earlier, is that the testing, the way I understand it, they run 50 ballots through the machines as a test. So I know this, being very aware of hardware, software, and databases, that they can set up that test to do one thing in the first 50 ballots, another thing for the next 25 ballots, another thing for the next 500 ballots. Whoever programs that memory card can make that machine do whatever they want. Now, am I saying that's happening in New Hampshire? No, but it can be. It could happen.
Okay, I think we're going to let Mr. Cawthorn go. We're going to keep going on with the hearing. Thank you so much. Next up
Thank
is
you all. I
Mary Till.
appreciate that.
So my name's Mary Till, and I am the former dairy moderator that was spoken of earlier. In 2016, I was serving my first term as moderator, and I had had enough complaints from different sources that, you know, you can't trust these machines. And I wanted to be able to know that I could tell these people, well, I double checked that machine, and I'm confident that the machine count is correct. So I did conduct a hand count of one of the elections. Now, to the previous question, the moderator in, I don't know what ward in Nashua, has many fewer votes to be counted than the moderator in Derry, who sometimes I think can count as many as 18,000 votes. So if we were to do a hand count of 18,000 votes, that would take quite a bit of time. We had 4 different machines that voters could cast their ballots on. So what I decided was that we would randomly count one of the machines and one of the races, which is what we did. I was called before the Secretary of State and run through the ringer for doing that. I still don't regret doing it and still think that the moderators should be able to do that. To the last statement, otherwise I just want to say that I agree with what the previous 2 moderators have said. I totally agree with them. One reason for having the hand count be the accepted count on election night is because if it's going to be the machine count that's accepted, well, why do the hand count? Because we already have the machine count numbers. So it's got to be the hand count. And also, typically, there have been instances where the programming of the machines is such that it says on election day, whatever that date is, on November 6th, start counting the votes, and every 100th vote for candidate A, give it to candidate B, or every 50 votes for candidate A, give it to candidate B. That's not a difficult code to write. It could be very difficult to find in a long list of codes for the entire election. So I just want to say, without repeating what the previous moderators have said, I fully support this bill.
Will you be taking questions?
Sure.
Are there questions? Seeing none, thank you. Next up is Al Brandano.
Thank you. Al Brandano from Kensington, New Hampshire. It's 1784. 1784. I'm not going to read Part 2, Article 32 of the Constitution to you, but I want you to just entertain you for a second. 1784 is no electricity. The moderator is directed to sort and count votes. Not only sort and count votes, but there's another particular that everyone's missing. In front of a selectman and town clerk. Why is that? Because the selectman and town clerk are the eyewitnesses. 2 eyewitnesses to swear an affidavit for the attorneys on here. You're well aware of that. Right now, as we move forward, they're the acting eyewitnesses. Today, there's no acting eyewitness to a machine. The machine now has constitutionally, I don't know how, taken over the sorting and counting of votes, which was the moderator's responsibility, but the moderator has never given up his authority, ever, to certify the vote. In order to certify the vote, before he had 2 eyewitnesses. Right now, it's just him, or in this case, it's the machine. And to your point earlier, there was a point about the programmers for this machine. We don't know who they are. The Secretary of State's office does not do a background check, to the best of my knowledge, on who's programming these machines. Even if they're done in the United States or not, we don't know. The memory cards are the keys to the castle right now. And the second point on audits, 3%, right? If it's less than 3%, we get an audit, right? The Secretary of State steps in. But to the other point, if it's over 3%, we never check the machines. So we don't know. So we're auditing below 3%, but we never audit a test of the machine versus hand count above 3%. So with that, I think constitutionally, it's required that the moderator continue his authority and his duty. If not, we're violating the Constitution.
Are there questions for the committee? Seeing none, thank you. Last pink card I have is for Secretary Scanlon. Representative Bay, can you grab the blue sheet for me? Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'm Secretary of State David Scanlon, and here to oppose a bill which comes before this committee on a fairly frequent basis. Our election process is a system of checks and balances, and the local election officials, and especially the moderator, have a really important role in that process. But when it comes to the counting of ballots, which is the moderator's responsibility, at the local level, the statute gives that community, that polling place, the option of deciding at the local level whether they are going to use a ballot counting device to count those ballots or whether they are going to be counted by hand. If the town or the city decides that they are going to use those devices, then the law says those devices shall be used to count the votes. It's the moderator's responsibility to make sure that that process goes properly. At the end of the night, the results from the devices are added into whatever write-in votes there are and hand count ballots there are. And those are the results that are to be reported to the Secretary of State on the return of votes. The Secretary of State is the only election official that is authorized to conduct recounts for state and federal elections. This bill allows for a recount of a race to take place at the local level. From my perspective as the Chief Election Administrator in New Hampshire, that's problematic because it is inserting another variable into the counting of ballots at the end of an election. As was mentioned earlier, in the many hundreds of recounts that I've seen and participated in, I've seen plenty of hand count towns where there are pretty serious errors in the count that's reported after a recount. Those are not caught at the local level. If a candidate suspects that there is something wrong with the count, or if it's a very close race, it's very easy to get a recount in New Hampshire. Same is true with a machine count town. The recount that is conducted at the state level is meticulous. It's methodical. There are guidelines. There are uniform standards that are used for that process. And everybody knows what the rules and what those standards are. If we allowed a situation to exist where there could be 309 individual recounts done at the local level using whatever standards the moderator felt was appropriate, and whatever problematic results came out of that would be a nightmare from my perspective. And the impact that that would have on voter confidence if there were different results after a machine count versus a hand count at the election versus what happens in a recount to try and resolve that fact would be a really, really serious problem. This legislature and many of you in this room have been approving bills really on a fast track. It's keeping my office on its toes to keep up to make sure that we have post-election audits. We're doing reconciliation training with the local election officials. We're now accounting for undervotes and overvotes. There's better testing of the devices before the election even begins. The state is rapidly moving to digital scan counting devices where there are images of each ballot that are kept that dramatically increase the opportunities available for us to do post-election audits, which we are doing on an increasing basis as well. You know, I think the state of understanding the accuracy of our counts is better than it ever has been and continues to increase. Before I end, I want to address Mary Till's comments about dairy, because you know, there's a claim here that some people are a victim in this process. But prior to that event that Mary Till mentioned, she was a state representative serving on this committee, I believe, at the time. She filed a bill very similar to what is being proposed here. And that bill was killed. The legislature said, no, we don't believe that there should be parallel hand counts or a recount at the local level. When Mary Till became moderator after being state rep, she proceeded, knowing that fact, to try and undertake what is being proposed here. That process, which I was able to see with cameras, was really problematic because there were ballots leaving the guardrail, going to different stations. There was a lot of confusing interaction with how those ballots were being handled. And that's an example of the nightmare that passing something like this could cause. Because anytime you lose control over the integrity of those ballots being kept together, it opens the entire process up for criticism and concern. And none of us in this room want that, I don't think. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I'd be happy to answer any questions, but ask you to find this bill inexpedient.
Fair enough. I just want, if you could, Mr. Secretary, can you address I'm intrigued by the underlying constitutional argument, the bill notwithstanding. So can you address the kind of constitutionality of where the moderator's role ends, or in your opinion ends, I should say, and the state's ability to take over via legislation begins? I am intrigued by that argument. I'm not saying it's persuasive. I'm just saying I'm intrigued by it, and I'd like to kind of hear your thoughts on it.
The moderator's role is to count the ballots and make sure that that count that's being reported to the Secretary of State is accurate. I have always said that if the moderator believes that there was some glitch with the machine that was counting the ballots and has a reason, that would be a reason to go ahead and hand count the ballots for the race or the entire ballot to make sure that there was not a malfunction in the machine that was causing a problematic vote. But if the machine works properly and everything was done according to the law, then the results that are on the report sheet or the report tape are the ones that were counted in that election, with any additions to that from write-in votes and ballots that had to be hand counted. Anybody that wants to challenge those results at the local level, the candidate can request a recount of those ballots. Or if they believe something else occurred, they could go to a court and demand that the ballots be reviewed. The Secretary of State then is responsible for conducting the recounts to determine the final outcome. And many of the people in this room have helped to count ballots and know that it's a very involved process where every paper ballot is viewed. There are observers, representatives of the candidates there to see how those marks appear on the ballot and how they're being counted. And at the end, we come up with the results. The way ballots are being counted in that process can be challenged, and those challenged ballots can be set aside. And they can then be taken to a review before the Ballot Law Commission, which is another independent part of the process from the moderator's count and the Secretary of State's count. And then there's a final adjudication that is made there. And if necessary, that process could continue into the courts.
Further questions? Representative Weering.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Secretary Scanlon, for taking my question. The aspect of the software not being tested for large numbers of ballots, there's a sampling that's done before the actual election. Do you have any thoughts on what could be done to verify that that is not a problematic issue? Because the committee has heard that aspect a few times on different bills now, and it would be good to understand your thoughts on that and if there's a way to better address that.
The cities and towns are provided with extra ballots that are marked test ballots that can be put through the machine. There is no limitation on the number of ballots that can be run through that device or the devices that are being used. But we recommend that you use at least the 50 test ballots that we provide, marked so that you know that each candidate is going to receive votes if somebody votes for them. And then they get run through the device in the 4 different orientations that the ballot counting device would accept them. So that would be a minimum of 200 ballots going through as a test. In addition to that, there is a device that is now approved for use in New Hampshire that uses open source software in the coding of that device. So anyone that has the interest and the technical experience can actually look at the code that was used to to operate that device. And then in the end, ballot images are now available, although they're not allowed to be distributed under the current state of the statute. But that's another tool that we have to make sure that in the audit process we can actually pull up an image, look at the image, see how the machine counted the marks on that ballot to make sure that was that we can verify that. So there are a lot of opportunities available to us to check the accuracy of those devices.
Further questions? Representative Bang.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Scanlon, for taking my question. Did I hear you say that anybody can come or somebody can come and verify the code that runs the device?
In one of the devices, the Voting Works device, the other device is proprietary, but the answer is yes in that instance.
Can I follow up? Has anyone done that? Has anyone come to you and say, can we see the code?
Not through me, but if they were interested, we would make it happen.
Thank you.
Further questions? Representative C.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Secretary, for taking the question. The issue of being able to look at the open source code only applies to people who are familiar with reading code. Most people just want to know, did this machine count ballots correctly? And so is this in a way denying that ability to do that?
No, I don't. Reading the code is one thing, but I think these new devices are enhancing the opportunities to validate the results of the election based on audit performance, recounts, things like that.
Further questions? Seeing none, thank you. On the blue sheet was 2 in support, 1 against. Online was 27 in support, 140 opposed. The public hearing for House Bill 1223 is closed. We will open the public hearing on House Bill 1187 FN relative to the time in which candidates for state representative may file their candidates for a special election. Is this my bill? I'm going to give the gavel. This is my bill, so I'm going to give the gavel over to the vice chair.
Hey, Dan Scanlon, you better not be lying about nothing.
Okay.
Opening the public hearing for HB 1187. Thank you, Representative Berry, for being here.
Okay, this is a pretty simple change. My name is Representative Ross Berry, representing the towns of Ware and Goffstown, Hillsborough 44. This is a very simple change that I'd like the committee to consider to basically give a candidate in a special election, assuming we keep them around, to give them a longer opportunity to file at their town and city clerk, because sometimes when these special elections are called for, the filing window in person that they can do at their town is very limited. And I think sometimes it's been as little as 1 day. So I just want to try to see if we can expand that out to at least 3 days in their town or city clerk, so they don't have to come to the Secretary of State's office. That's the bill.
Thank you. Do we have questions from the committee? Representative Newsom.
Thank you. The change, it goes from shall file with the Secretary of State and may go with the clerk. This has may with either one. So is there an argument to be made that there's no filing requirement at all?
Probably needs to be fixed.
Maybe a shall A or B?
Probably, yeah. Probably.
That's all.
I thought you had an hour of those.
Further question? Is that a question?
Sure.
Do we have further questions from the committee?
Cool.
No. Okay. Thank you, Representative. Okay, I'm not seeing, are there any pink cards here? I don't see any. The member will be in order, please. All right, well, I see no further requests for public, no request for public comment, so I will hereby close the public hearing on 1187.
On that barn burner of a bill, there was nothing on the blue sheet, and that's not right.
Yes, Representative Newsom.
The online reporting, another
that's what I
barn
was trying to
burner,
do.
1-to-1.
Okay, I will now return the gavel to the chairman.
I don't think I even filed in the line. To be fair, the bill came up and went, isn't this mine? I could tell I vigorously prepared for that. Okay, so we're going to open the notice public hearing for House Bill 1062, authorizing the Secretary of State to conduct random audits of the citizenship qualifications for registered voters. I do know that the prime sponsor of the bill couldn't be here. He notified me in advance. So if it's okay, I'd like to have Representative Gosofsky introduce the bill for the purpose of introduction, and Representative will be allowed to rejoin the hearing without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, committee. My name is Jim Gazowski, Rockingham 1, representing the towns of Northwood and Nottingham. I want to present to you House Bill 1062. This bill authorizes the Secretary of State to conduct random audits of the citizen qualifications of registered voters, and I will not be taking any questions.
Excellent. And as I said, the member will be allowed to rejoin the hearing without objection. We're going to go straight into the Secretary of State, if that's okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'm David Scanlon, Secretary of State, here in support of House Bill 1062. Over the years, over the many years, voters who are currently on the checklist had established their qualification of citizenship simply by signing an affidavit to prove that qualification. And there has been a growing concern to make sure that our checklists are clean and that those individuals who are participating in the elections are actually qualified to do so. So what this bill does is give the Secretary of State the authority to do random audits of citizenship qualifications voters on the checklist who prove those qualifications by signing an affidavit. Be happy to answer any questions.
Questions from the committee? Representative Bay?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. As a statistician, I am very interested in how you do your random selection, how you would do your random selection.
That process has not been determined yet, but I do know that there are computer programs out there that will randomly go through and pull whatever the field of targets, I'll call them targets, are. And then we would work through that field using various resources available to us to verify the citizenship. And then if we cannot locate that confirmation, we would contact the voter and ask them for more information.
Follow up.
Would you allow for the inspection of the code or program that you would use for your randomization?
Yes. Yeah, we would be very transparent with that process.
Follow up.
And having done random selection myself for various projects, in some of my projects, I'll do the random selection and will actually look at the selected sample and actually see if it's random enough. Do you picture in your mind a process on whether you will do that inspection of your random selection?
Yes.
Thank you.
For Representative Gilmore?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dave, roughly, you've obviously given this some thought. So how many random audits would you think you'd be doing?
I think that would be dependent on resources, but making sure that we have enough of a sample to, to be random.
Follow up?
For a presidential election race, when a presidential race is happening, obviously not for that position, but roughly how many people would you think you'd be looking at?
This wouldn't be tied to a.
No. I'm just saying a large turnout race versus the other 2 years.
I'm not sure I'm following the question.
I think the question Representative Gilmore is trying to ask is, will the sample size be tied to an election, and will larger turnout elections have a larger sample size?
It's not turnout.
No. No, I think that we would do this when we have the time to do it. It wouldn't be coinciding with an election.
No, I
cycle.
didn't mean it that way. I'm just wondering how many people. I'm sorry, I should. Roughly how many random audits are you thinking would be possible?
Let me try and get a number of how many individuals I think would occupy the field. How many 100,000 voters there might be that use an affidavit to qualify their citizenship. I don't know what that number is.
I don't either. Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, Representative Muirhead?
Thank you. Thanks for taking the question. To follow up on Representative Gilmore's question, how many audits do you foresee doing in each audit cycle?
I think that's a number that has yet to be determined, but it would be ongoing once we start.
Further questions, Representative Lane? All right, Representative Newsom.
Thank you. In line 5, it mentions private databases. What do you think that means? Like, is it possible that I hand the Secretary of State's office a database that I create and lists Representative Muirhead as a non-citizen in hopes that he'll get audited?
No, there are potential databases from a company like Experian that has citizenship information that we might be able to access.
Representative Lane?
Thank you. How many, other than the one that we just heard about earlier today, non-citizen voting fraud cases have we uncovered in the state of New Hampshire to date?
I don't have that number. Anecdotally, I can tell you that I'm aware of 2 or 3 instances in the past, where there have been individuals who have gotten on the checklist by presenting a green card and the election official not realizing that that was not proof of citizenship.
So that was not, may I follow up? So that was not necessarily intentional on the part of the, I mean, there are procedures in place that should have caught that before the voting, correct?
Yes.
Okay. We have another follow-up?
Yep.
So we are aware of 3 over the history of, say, maybe the past 20 years. So we're looking for a pretty infinitesimally small amount, aren't we? Because that's 3 that we know of, and we're going to go back through 100,000 and try and find. I mean, it just seems like an awful lot of resources and money to me to use to find such a small number that we really have no proof that there are really that many out there.
Again, it is a tool to build voter confidence.
Mr. J, wouldn't an audit, if it returned that there was very little to no non-citizens on the voter rolls, wouldn't that audit return improve voter confidence?
I believe it would.
Representative Muirhead?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. I heard a rumor in the hallway that this bill is the result of a informal agreement with the Trump administration, whereby if we pass this law in the state of New Hampshire, the Trump administration will keep its fingers out of election administration in New Hampshire. And it sounds preposterous. And I'm not saying that just by virtue of hearing it, I would lend such a rumor the slightest, shred of credence. But in order to just fully dispel it, I wanted to air it and invite you to speak to it.
Yeah.
And perhaps to refute it.
That's a rumor, and it's preposterous.
Rumor rebuked. Representative Newsom, have you asked a question yet? I'm going to go back to Representative Bay then, since we're going back through the lineup.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking another question. And this time I'm speaking as someone who gets randomly selected at the airport for extra inspection a lot of times. So if in your random selection, you check the citizenship and you found someone that, it doesn't look like we can check in any of the available databases, what happens to that registered voter?
If, excuse me, if we go through the resources that we have available and we cannot make that confirmation, then we would most likely pass that name on to the Attorney General's office for further review with the resources that they have available, which can be more expansive than ours.
Follow. So let's say I was that person, would you give me the courtesy notification that my name is getting passed on to the AG's office? Because I don't want to suddenly know that, oh my God, they just investigating me.
Yes, and as I mentioned, as part of the review, if we could not find the confirmation on records that exist before contacting the voter, we would at that point contact the voter to see if they could help us with that process.
Representative Wood.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Just to be clear, I believe you started this conversation off with you were in favor of this.
Yes.
Yes. Me. Thank you so much. That's all I.
Thank you. Since this bill does not have a fiscal note, what do you think the cost to your office would be?
Hopefully we would be able to do it within the existing budget that we have by just pulling people when they might have a little downtime to work on this.
Representative Lane.
Thank you. Thanks for the question. For taking the question. What are the database resources that are available to you?
So we have our own
Right.
DMV. We have vital records. There may be national contacts through those two agencies that we could use. We're looking at the SAVE database to see if, you know, we can use that on a one-on-one basis and not, you know, just a general match of data. But we would be looking at databases like those first. Maybe Social Security, if we can get access to that database.
Yep, of course, Representative Lane.
Thank you. You said the SAVE database? I'm not familiar with that.
You're going to ask me for what the initials stand for, and I'm going to struggle with that. But it's a federal database.
Okay. Thank you.
Further, I apologize. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I thought you were. I don't want to step on you there.
I'm done.
Representative Weary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It doesn't stand for Scanlon's audit for voter elections, right? Sorry.
Okay. Next question.
I hope not. Yeah.
All right, Representative Newsom.
Thank you. I appreciated your comments about contacting the voter, but as I read this, it kind of puts your investigation into two buckets. One is you found information that confirms citizenship, check the box, done, all good. The other one is if potential non-citizens are on the checklist, then that gets referred off for further review. But what happens then to that third bucket of there's no information one way or the other?
I don't believe we're creating a bucket for non-citizens. It's just we haven't made the confirmation yet. I mean, that would be an extended bucket. If we go through the process and we cannot make a confirmation, then we would turn those names over to the Attorney General's office to let them, you know, review with the law enforcement resources that they have. That they have access to a lot more data than the Secretary of State.
Follow up? Because in line 11, it has if the audits reveal information of potential non-citizens. It doesn't say having not found evidence of citizenship, everybody else gets referred. So that's, I just wanted to see if there was a need for possible amendment towards that, but.
I'll take a look at that.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Secretary. Next up is David Trumbull from Ware. The Ware people get to go first. It's just, that's how, Ware and Goffstown gets to go first. That's what they get.
Good afternoon, committee members and Mr. Chairman. Thank you for having me. My name is David Trumbull from the town of Ware, and I oppose this bill for a few reasons. First of all, our elections are safe and secure. Our former Secretary of State, William Gardner, said that after 4 decades, he could not name one example of a person who won a New Hampshire election who should not have won it. And our current Secretary of State has testified a couple of times that I've been in the room saying that our elections are safe and secure. Nationwide, the same thing is true. The Brennan Center for Justice compiled data. They did an examination of federal elections, and they found the DOJ found fraud at the rate of 1 in every 700 million votes. Florida had a major effort to find non-citizens voting and ended up with 1 fraud conviction out of 12 million registered votes. Since we have about 1 million votes a year, that would mean maybe out of a 24-year period, we would have 1 case. Kansas did a major vote fraud effort and found the rate of 1 person referred for prosecution for 6 million, and that's just referred for prosecution. The Brennan Center concluded it's more likely that an American will be struck by lightning than that he will impersonate another voter at the polls. As far as the affidavits are concerned, which I guess was the Secretary of State's concern about this, there's no evidence that affidavits have failed to be accurate. That's the system we used in this state. If you voted, you didn't have your papers, you filled out an affidavit, you had 10 days to provide the data. If you didn't provide the data, you were taken off. If you had the data, then you were back on. So your vote counted. There's no evidence that that system has failed. Second, I think misinformation will reduce the public's trust in our government, which in turn will lead to more people losing their fundamental rights.
The Connecticut's Deputy Secretary of State, Scott Bales, said that misinformation can erode people's confidence in elections, and we view that as a critical threat to the democratic process. What happens when people start believing that elections are not safe is that you have more bills and more bills and more bills trying to make it harder to vote all the time. But if there's one case in 12 years, but in the result of that is that hundreds of people every single election lose their right to vote. You've had hundreds of people denied their right to vote each election because you might find one case in a decade. That seems like that would be counterproductive for our democracy. And those numbers are not made up. We know that in the 2025 election, we had disenfranchised voters over 200 because the marriage last name didn't match the birth certificate last name. And then the affidavit system protected over 3,000 voters in the 2020 election. Third, there are better uses of government money. If you have any money or the department has extra time, why don't we try some other things that would increase voting rights and voting security? Like, let's adopt motor voter registration like 25 other states. That's a very secure way. We already referenced DMV as how we're going to root out any potential fraud, so let's work with DMV. Or you could have an independent redistricting commission. That would be a great idea. Last, I think there's the issue of bias that has been raised in randomness. If you're getting databases from a private company, do we know that that private company is completely unbiased in their randomness? The early work on AI is that AI is based on the information that's out there. It just gobbles it all up and then comes up with something. But the information that's out there is racially biased, so it's quite possible that the randomness from Experian or one of these companies would not be completely random. And as you indicated, you've been randomly found to be needing searched at the airport more times than other people have. And I think most people would agree that's common experience. So one last thing, the question came up, well, if you only find one case every 20 years, wouldn't that increase voter confidence? I don't think it would. We already know that there's only been 2 cases in New Hampshire in the last 20 years. So it is once every 10 years. Is that increasing confidence? No. You heard moderators say that people say my vote doesn't count, and you get more bills based on this fear of a false issue. So if they find one case through the search of every person in New Hampshire, that's going to be used as the next justification for the next bill to cut our voting rights. So I don't think it would increase voter confidence unless it was 0. But if you find 1 out of a million, then that's going to be used to take away more voting rights. Thank you.
Would you like to take questions?
Of course.
Are there questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is, I have trouble on the handwriting here, so I apologize. Dylan Hoey.
Good afternoon, committee. Chairman, thank you for allowing me to speak today. My name is Dylan Hoey, and I'm the director of the New Hampshire Alliance of Immigrants and Refugees. We are the only, otherwise known as New Hampshire AIR. We are the only organization in the state that exclusively advocates on behalf of immigrants and refugees. And we strongly oppose HB 1062, which would permit the New Hampshire Secretary of State to conduct random audits of citizenship qualifications of registered voters. We urge the committee to vote inexpedient to legislate. As a former federal official, I have adjudicated and verified U.S. citizenship. And it is my personal view that this bill attempts to address a problem that is virtually non-existent. According to the Conservative Heritage Foundation, there have been 29 adjudicated cases of voter fraud in New Hampshire between 2006 and 2024. None of those cases involved non-citizen voting. Instead, this bill promotes suspicion toward lawful New Hampshire voters, including U.S. citizens born abroad, naturalized citizens, and voters whose names or personal characteristics are deemed suspicious. In practice, the staffers tasked with this audit will likely rely on DMV records and private databases such as LexisNexis and the SAVE database, which there are known lag times with SAVE, so it's not a static kind of data set. These databases are known to be incomplete and have unverifiable information. And they will inevitably use these staffers' identifiers such as surnames or national origin to determine who should be subject to an audit. Florida implemented a similar program that I believe was referenced earlier in 2012. Independent analysis found that over 80% of those flagged for investigation were people of color. And among those deemed suspicious was a 91-year-old World War II veteran and Bronze Star recipient. He was born in Brooklyn, but was nevertheless forced to prove his citizenship. Federal courts ultimately blocked or invalidated key aspects of Florida's program as unlawful, including violations of federal voter registration protections. It is therefore in our view that HB 1062 would similarly drain state resources, divert election officials from legitimate election administration, and risk disenfranchising U.S. citizens during an election year. Again, for these reasons, we recommend that community members vote ITL. Thank you.
Will you be taking questions?
Sure.
Are there questions? Seeing none, thank you. Next up is Bob Perry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Given the comment that was made by someone back here, say within the last half hour, directed at our Secretary of State, which I took to be an insult. Now, maybe he didn't. But I would like to make it known that I intend nothing nefarious about my presentation. I speak in opposition to this bill. It wasn't until last night that I realized this bill provides authority to the state to audit the citizenship qualifications of registered voters retrospectively as well as prospectively. It allows the office to search the records of voters who used the qualified voter affidavit to prove they were qualified to vote, a welcomed opportunity at the time for those who chose the option for various practical reasons, knowing there were legal consequences for its use, and those legal consequences printed right on the form they were signing. The bill has no limit regarding how far the office can reach back. It's my understanding that same-day registration became law in our state in 1994 with the complete support and advocacy of the Office of Secretary, with the use of affidavits as proof of citizenship, a feature of that law. Worse, this bill specifically authorizes the office to use, quote, any and all available governmental and private databases to confirm the citizenship of voters who submitted a qualified voter affidavit as proof of citizenship, end quote. That's authority to implement whatever technology the office can procure. There's no limit to whether procurement even has to be purchased. It would include technology on loan from anywhere in the world, with no guarantee of the purity of that technology. Given the invasive technology being created right before our eyes by tech companies to search, surveil, and identify you and me, plus the technology not known to the media to report, but likely in existence, there's a new and frightening dimension to allowing random audits of granted state voters. There is no definition of the word random. Does it include a mere 10% of voters, or could it stretch to 60% or more? No limit to the metrics allowed. I am confident upon passage into law, this bill will scare people and serve to suppress the vote, not because there's an armada of non-citizens attempting to vote, but among other things, through misinformation and disinformation from passage well into the future as factions work to continue the myth of rampant voter fraud. Like HB 1569, it provides no appropriation for voter education, no funds to warn the affected public that their upcoming votes and their votes of the last 31 years are subject to the long and powerful arm of government scrutiny. Please ITL this bill. Thank you, and I'll take no questions.
All right, next up is Amanda Azad.
Hey, good afternoon, chairperson, committee members. Just bear with me, I'm a little under the weather, so hopefully my voice carries through this. My name is Amanda Azad. I'm the policy director at the ACLU of New Hampshire. We are here to oppose HB 1062 that allows the state of New Hampshire to hand over private voter information to unknown databases, including private companies and nameless federal agencies with no guardrails, encouraging a massive federal database of personal and sensitive information with no transparency or accountability that will be stored for unknown period of time and shared with unknown entities and government agencies is something that historically would have every Granite Stater, regardless of who they vote for, voicing strong opinion. Allowing New Hampshire to share personal and sensitive information of our registered voters with, quote, any and all government and private databases sounds terrible. This is a terrible idea. The idea of sharing personal data with databases in this manner should bring alarm to anyone, regardless of political belief or parties. This is not just about the current federal administration. This is sharing personal and sensitive information with murky, unknown databases within the federal government and beyond, where it could be used for surveillance, it may be held for long-term storage, and it is unclear exactly who will have access and what it will be used for, and if it will be shared. So let's put aside a lot of things about this bill. Let's put aside the fact that non-citizens registering to vote rarely ever happens, even if that sounds flashy and controversial and creates political drama. It is something that rarely ever happens, and when it does, it is often by mistake when people in different states are filling out paperwork and simply check the wrong boxes. They never go on to vote. I'm asking, what are the unintended consequences of this type of bill? So also putting aside how a bill like this will have an incredibly discriminatory effect on people not born in New Hampshire or not born in the U.S. who are indeed U.S. citizens, especially children who naturalized as citizens with their parents when they were young and have always called New Hampshire home. We may see all sorts of U.S. citizens getting bumped off the voter rolls, like other states have dealt with recently due to many, many errors plaguing these big databases. So putting aside questions like how accurate will any of these databases be, will they be kicking thousands of U.S. citizens off the list like other states have experienced? Are we going to create a two-tiered system where naturalized Americans are going to have to keep their eyes out for notices in between their junk mail that they are getting disenfranchised while making it easier for people who are born in New Hampshire to go ahead and vote? And still putting aside that it is unclear who or how this will work, or if more people will need to be hired for the state government to do this, and how much it will cost taxpayers, what will the checks and balances be? Putting all of these questions aside, for privacy reasons alone, we cannot pass a bill like this. We would be feeding state-held data to the federal government for any future administration, to use however it would like, because the data will be stored, not to mention unknown use of that data by private actors and companies. Besides being a voting issue, a discrimination issue, an immigration issue, this is foremost a privacy issue. The idea of sending the entire state's voters list through the Department of Homeland Security would have had the liberty-minded people of New Hampshire, regardless of their political party, rallying for privacy protections against big government just a few years ago. Maybe under this administration, that feels fine. But what about the federal government 10 years from now? What about the federal government when a different person or a different party is using that data? Would everyone have felt good about this under all of the previous federal administrations? A future president that you can't even imagine with unknown political or ideological beliefs? Do we feel good about that? Agreements to use big federal government databases often come with a catch that allows various federal agencies to use that data for many non-election related things. And are these new databases and private companies completely secure? Who else is looking at our voters' personal information? If we keep it within New Hampshire, then we know what's happening. With this bill or future bills or amendments here, exactly what data are we willing to share? Are we okay sharing driver's license, full social security numbers or partial social security numbers, or birth certificates? Is that something New Hampshire voters have to just accept in order to vote in local and state elections? So I ask, is it worth it? Louisiana did something similar. How much time, energy, money they put into it from taxpayer dollars, I'm not sure. And they found only 70 plus people over 4 decades were non-citizens that may have voted. Texas did this and ended up throwing US citizens, qualified voters, off the voter rolls with hardly any notice. The list goes on. There is no guidance here in this bill on what happens with potential non-citizens. What resources does the government use next? What is the process? Yes, we are going to have a lot of young people who became citizens when their parents did, getting kicked off the voter rolls along with other US citizens. But also, I leave with this thought. New Hampshire at its core has a culture of privacy, independence, and liberty that handing over voting rolls to nameless big databases with no guardrails, that is simply not New Hampshire. This bill is alarming and unclear, and it's not ready to become law. I urge you to ITL. Appreciate your time.
Will you be taking questions?
Sure.
Are there questions? Seeing none, thank you. Next up is Sarah Chenard.
Hi there. I think it's on, right? Great. Hi, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Sarah Chenard, and I'm with the New Hampshire Campaign for Voting Rights, a nonpartisan coalition. And we're here in opposition to HB 1062. A lot of what I would have already said has either been asked or has been stated by previous testifiers, so I won't beleaguer the points. However, I just want to say that at a time when election laws have changed significantly and even more changes are underway, I think our focus should be on voter education, clear procedures, and supporting our election officials who have to run smooth elections while also mitigating or dealing with all of the new laws and implementing them appropriately and lawfully. So again, I really don't think we should be treating registered voters like suspects, and I think improving election security does not come with questioning the validity of already registered voters on our rolls. I'll take questions if there are any.
Are there any questions? Hearing none, thank you. Last up is Kaylee Estradio, and Representative Bay, thank you. Already on it, she knew.
Good morning, Chairman Barry and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in opposition to HB 1062. For the record, my name is Kaylee Estradio, and I am the Development and Communications Associate for Open Democracy. And same thing as Sarah, I won't go over all the points that everyone has made before, but New Hampshire's Constitution promises free elections and equal treatment of qualified voters, and this bill cuts against that by allowing these suspicionless audits of people who have already done everything the law requires to register to vote. Think about what this looks like in real life. You voted in your town for years, and suddenly you get a letter saying you were picked for a random audit and need to prove eligibility again. For many people, especially seniors, people who've changed their name, or anyone without easy access to those documents, that alone can be enough to discourage voter participation. And despite creating a whole new audit system, this bill has no fiscal note. The costs of implementation, staffing, and data access are unknown. HB 1062 doesn't strengthen election integrity. It would create constitutional risk, open the door to selective enforcement, and discourage lawful voters, and add unknown costs without evidence that there's even a credible problem requiring this fix. For those reasons, I respectfully urge the committee to vote ITL on HB 1062. Thank you, and I'll take any questions.
Are there any questions from the committee? Hearing none, thank you. Yes, sir. Would you like to speak? Yes, I'll allow. Just fill out a pink slip when you're done. Oh, it hasn't made it to me yet. That's okay. It's okay. It's okay.
Copies of the testimony, is that on the way here?
Hey, Kaylee, is she gone?
No, she's still here.
Can you toss us your test? You said you had copies of your testimony. Did you distribute it? Oh, no worries. That's fine. We'll grab it. Thank you. Just want to know where it's at.
Thank you, Richard Brooks, 18 Linden Street, Somersworth, if you need an address. Again, thank you, the committee and the chair, for recognizing me. Just listening to the stuff here, I hadn't really planned on speaking to this, but I hear the other states' statistics mentioned, and I really have to point out that every state has a different requirement for what it takes to register to vote. So they may not require an affidavit; they may require actual hard proof. So of course they're not going to find as much errors in citizenship based on that. Again, I don't know every state, but I know they all vary. Last I heard, 1 in 8 people in this country are not citizens. That is a huge number of our citizenry that are not eligible to vote. It's certainly worth flushing out who is eligible to vote. In the 10 plus years that I've been in election official, I often see anywhere from, say, 25 people registering to vote the day of to over 300 or so during a presidential election. So this is a large number of people that register the day of. And I can only think of a handful of ones that have offered actual proof. Usually they sign an affidavit. And I don't know how many years that has been going on, but obviously it sounds like since '94, well before I got involved in working the elections. Without proof, just simply an affidavit, I would like to think everybody is honest, but people in general can be dishonest. So that's why we require proof. Just like you need proof to buy alcohol, you got to show an ID. So I believe it's a fair question to, or fair requirement to provide proof of citizenship when you register to vote. I'll be honest, I don't think this goes far enough. Based on this, we have people that are coming up to vote that maybe they moved from another town. Well, if they were registered in New Hampshire, signed an affidavit years ago, we simply say, oh, they must still be a citizen, but we still never had proof to begin with. And do we really follow up on that? With the affidavit ballots that we had for 1 or 2 years, yes, they did take a packet of paperwork home that required them to submit that proof within so many days. But the affidavits in general do not always get that follow-up. And I find it interesting that a lot of people spoke to the skepticism of tech earlier in this testimony on this bill, but we don't worry about the skepticism of tech on, the ballot counting machines. So just as if we never hand count the ballots, how do we know we have a problem if we never check? So again, checking into this is worthy to do. Thank you. And I will take questions.
Are there questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. Hearing none.
Thank you.
Yeah, and we need to get a pink card from you when you get a second. Okay, so on the blue sheet was 4 people opposed who did not speak. One person, one person who did not speak in support online. A little bit lopsided. Support 10, opposed 931, and neutral 0. 931. We will close the public hearing for House Bill 1062. Okay. Just for situation awareness, I'm going to open, this will be the last hearing that I open. I unfortunately have to leave at 3 because they don't, that $100 only goes so far. So I do have a bill at 3, which is not good timing on my part. So someone will have to introduce that for me. I apologize to the committee for that. That's just poor planning on my part, but I'm finally getting my expansion done, Representative Lane. Finally doing it. Finally, after 6 months, finally. So Representative Quayle, when he gets back, he'll be in charge. And probably the only thing that he mentioned to me is the committee should be aware we have to be out here by 5. I think we're gonna make it. I don't think it's gonna be an issue, but just if the committee can be cognizant of that.
So anyways, we'll open up the public hearing for House Bill 1266, allowing election moderators access to the area designated for counting votes during the performance of their duty. And we will recognize Representative Harb. I don't think, did we have a card for you, Representative?
You should. We passed
Okay.
it in.
No, but we'll find one. I thought I saw it. So anyways, welcome to Election Law.
Okay,
Representative. I don't
thank
think
you.
you've seen it yet.
My pleasure to be here. I'm Representative Bob Hart from Plastow. I'm happy to introduce House Bill 1266, as you heard, is to allow moderators access to the area designated for counting ballots and performing their duties. I have been over a decade the moderator for Plastow, and other moderators and I have worked on this bill. And why do we need it? Well, the Constitution of our state, which just celebrated its 200th anniversary, gives the moderators the duty and the role of overseeing the voting practice and procedures. Watching the counting of ballots, you've already heard from some other bills, all the things that the moderator does by our Constitution. They're also elected by the people of their towns to represent them and perform those duties. The current status of the statute prohibits the moderator from being in and performing his duties if he's on the ballot or she for any other reason other than being an election official or moderator. This bill would, I believe, correct that and enable the moderators to perform their duties. I don't believe that this bill will have any effect on the integrity of elections. Moderators still, according to this bill and other statutes, cannot touch the ballots, cannot count the ballots. A friend of mine did give me this example that I think will make it clear what I'm trying to get across with this bill. Consider a moderator being the conductor of an orchestra. Consider those instruments and the players being the ballots and the people that work the elections. The moderator doesn't touch the instruments. The moderator simply makes sure that the orchestra works together, functions properly, and does its job. The same thing that the moderator does. So, and I can tell you that in the years since this bill was passed recently that prohibited us from being in that, what I call the corral, although I sit outside the corral with the public, my assistants and all the people that I leave instructions to and instruct them how to create and process the ballots, they come outside the corral and they say, gee, can you give me some more instructions? Can you answer a question I have? And because I'm like 6 feet away, it's okay, but it's not okay if I'm in the corral. A question was also asked me by someone that said, gee, what about the integrity of the elections and thinking the moderator is going to change or touch a ballot or miscount it? Well, as you all know, the public must be able to view the counting and the tabulation of the ballots in that area. So we're totally under the scrutiny of the public to watch what we're doing. So I'd ask you to pass this bill because I think it enables the moderator to do what our Constitution says the moderator is supposed to do, to oversee the election. And I don't think it would cause any harm to go back to actually what we used to do years ago when I first became a moderator. So, and I'm willing to take questions. Thank you.
All right. And I did find your card, Representative. Sorry, it was
Oh,
right in
that's
front of
okay.
me. I just can't
That's
read.
all right.
Is there questions for Representative Harb? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next up on 1266 is Kevin Major.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and committee. I'm Kevin Major. I'm moderator for the town of Sandown, New Hampshire. I've been a moderator for 10 years now. The moderator is the chief election official, as you've heard from other people today, with authority from the Constitution, New Hampshire Constitution, Part 2, Article 32. That specifically tells the moderator that you will ensure that the election officers know their jobs and that those election officers are present. That's a big responsibility. Moderators have existed in New Hampshire since 1718. My own town elected our first one in 1756. The election duties of the moderator are defined in, this is the election procedure manual that we get from Secretary Scanlon's office every year. It takes 38 pages of fine print to define the election duties of a moderator. Any moderator who's worth a darn also has to know the responsibilities of the town clerk, the election responsibility supervisor of the checklist, the board of selectmen, and the inspectors of election, the ballot clerks. You gotta know all that stuff. Moderators design, set up, and oversee the entire election process. Throughout the state of New Hampshire, there are many moderators who are also serving their communities in other ways as state representatives, state senators, library trustees, cemetery trustees. Myself, I'm a fire engineer, so every 3 years I'm on the ballot for fire engineer. We live in small towns, and moderators tend to be people who are active in their towns. House Bill 1266 amends RSA 659:58. It allows the moderator to stay inside the guardrail and perform their constitutional duties at the end of the election. And like Representative Harb said, we still cannot touch marked ballots. That's a good thing. We cannot tabulate the ballots. We're so busy, we don't tabulate. We oversee a process that we design to make sure that we're following the law and that our people are doing their job. I want to tell you about that end of night process that we can't participate in if we don't pass 1266. These are some of the things I have to do when we close the polls. I have to close out all the tabulators. Those are the ballot counting machines. We have to run the tapes on those. I have to verify that I have all my ballots. That means I have to collect all the ballots and make an inventory. I have machine counted ballots. I have write-in ballots. I have hand count ballots. I have UOCAVA ballots. I have FOO ballots. I have accessible ballots. And I have to make sure that I have all of them. Just inventory them. Never mind count it. I have to inventory them. I have to concatenate the results from all ballots. That's from multiple. In my case, I have 2 machines. I have to concatenate those results from the tapes. I have to concatenate that with the hand counts, with the UOCAVAs, with the FOOs, and adjudicate any write-ins, which we seem to get lots of these days. All those things have to be concatenated together, and you need to oversee that process. We also have to tally the voter checklist and make sure that the number of people who checked in matches the number of ballots that were given out and matches the number of votes that we took in, with undervotes and overvotes. We also have to count all the unused ballots and supervise that. There's a lot for us to do. And doing all that makes sense so that at the end of the night, we've got 4 big numbers that have to be the same, that I have to report to the Secretary of State. Following that, we have to box up everything, safeguard it, put it into containers, seal it, have the selectman, town clerk, and myself sign it so that we have that as to safeguard for the future. Again, House Bill 1266 allows moderators to continue to do all this work and to oversee the process and make sure that the process is good. I ask that you support House Bill 1266. Thank you.
Will you be taking questions?
I'd love to take
Are there questions? Seeing none, thank you. Last up is Secretary of State David Scanlon. Representative Bay, if you grab the blue sheet for us. We're on 1266.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'm David Scanlon, Secretary of State. New Hampshire has many, many, many really good moderators. And you just heard from 2 of the best, Moderator Harb and Moderator Major. They expressed the need for this bill very clearly, better than I could do. So I will just say I support their effort, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. There was nothing on the blue sheet online on 1266, right? Yep. So this is why I say it, Representative. I can't even remember the number for a minute. There was 4 support, 1 opposed. The public hearing for 1266 is closed. I'm going to hand the gavel over to the vice chair now because it's 3 o'clock. For situational awareness, next 10 I don't believe we're having a work session, right, Representative Lane? There's nothing for work session next week, right? Yeah. So for planning purposes, 10 a.m. next Tuesday. It's the deadline to act on early bills for us. So anything that's an early bill that we haven't taken up will certainly have to go out that day. for committee reports that came in today, I won't be able to get to them until later tonight. So if you want to do a 8 p.m. deadline, that's fine. And per usual, I've officially told you that you can't leave here until you give the reports, but you're adults. So I will see you guys. I will see you guys on Tuesday. And if somebody could please do me the honor of introducing 1298, which I foolishly scheduled for the exact time that I have to leave. So I will see you guys later, and Vice Chairman Quayle is in charge.
Microphone, using the microphone, I'm opening the hearing for HB 1247. I see Representative Wary is prepared to testify. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair and honorable members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to introduce House Bill 1247. For the record, I am Representative Bob Wary, representing Hillsborough District 13, the great town of Hudson. The purpose of this bill is to provide greater awareness to the public of an upcoming vote on a constitutional amendment such that more voters are better informed prior to arriving at the ballot box on election day. As background, and I will not read the text that is in the boxes, but as background, constitutional amendments are presented to voters on the ballot through RSA 663:2. The format for the constitutional amendment questions is prescribed under RSA 663:3, and voters' guides for constitutional amendments are governed under RSA 633:3-A. Regrettably, despite these aforementioned provisions, voters often arrive at the ballot box unaware that they will have to vote on a constitutional amendment. Therefore, this bill seeks to have public postings of notices prepared by the Secretary of State to be displayed by the towns and city clerks. Furthermore, such notices would direct the reader to a web page hosted by the Secretary of State's office with the relevant information from RSA 633:3 provided. Again, the intent of this bill is to provide greater awareness to the public of an upcoming vote on a constitutional amendment such that more voters are better informed prior to arriving at the ballot box on election day. Who knows, this may even increase voter turnout. I kindly ask for your support of this proposed legislation. Thank you for your time. I'm willing to take questions if there are any.
Thank you, Representative Wary. Are there questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very, oh, excuse me, Representative Bay. Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. How does this bill ensure that voters who don't use the internet or who face language or accessibility barriers will still receive the same information?
Thank you for your question. It does not have any provisions for that at this time. I'm open to amendments if you want to suggest any.
Another question?
Follow up, yes, please.
It's not really a follow-up, it's another question, but thank you.
Yes, you may have another question.
So, what safeguards will be in place to ensure that the posted and printed notices remain strictly neutral in describing the proposed amendments? I mean, you know, we want to be informative but not persuasive one way or another.
So as stated in the bill, I believe that the format would be following RSA 663:3. So it would mirror that. And so whatever provisions are in that to prevent the circumstances that you're describing would be followed accordingly.
Representative Newsom.
Thank you. I believe it was just last week we heard testimony on House Bill 1695 that also dealt with statements explaining CACRs for voters and printing those on ballots. I was just wondering if you could explain how this is different from that one?
I think that was relevant to voter guides, if I'm not mistaken. I'm not, I think so, yeah. So I think this is really just a greater advanced notification process in order to help. There are people who will go into different town halls and circumstances, and so they have the opportunity to see the notice posted in that municipality, and therefore, theoretically anyway, that would provide greater advance awareness rather than them showing up on that day and trying to decipher the voter guide while they're walking toward the enclosure to vote.
Representative Lane.
Thank you. On line 4, you talk about how there's going to be a notice prepared by the Secretary of State explaining the constitutional amendment for voters and directing voters to the Department of State's website. So when you talk about explaining, what is it that you mean?
Thank you for your question. Again, I think there is either before or subsequent to that, there's a reference to 663:3, and so it would have those provisions. Yeah. Yeah. So and if again, I am open to any suggestions you have for streamlining that. If you think that's needs to be more narrowly specified at that earlier spot in the bill to target 663:3, I'm open to amendments.
Further question from the committee? Representative Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking another question. The 60 days notice, was that period based on voter education best practices or simply practical time frame before the election?
Thank you for your question. It was based on a practical time frame before the election. It was not extensively researched, and no databases or randomized numbers were used in its creation.
Further questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony, Representative. Next up, I have one from Liz Tentarelli. It says 1427 on the cards. Should I take that to mean 1247 and correct it accordingly? Okay, thank you. And you're up.
Thank you. My name is Liz Tentarelli. I'm president of the League of Women Voters of New Hampshire. And obviously I made a typo. So yes, I'm here to testify on House Bill 1247. Thank you for the correction, sir. Okay. As I testified a week or so ago about a somewhat related bill, the League takes very seriously its job of trying to empower voters by helping them understand what is on the ballot. Let me give you some examples of that. For instance, we have had calls or emails from people who look at either a sample ballot or more often an absentee ballot that they've received. So this is a few weeks ahead of the election. And they call up and say, I'm voting for state reps and it has 2 different districts here. Which ones are mine? And so I have to explain floterials. Well, that's always a fun thing to explain, as you well know. But we answer a question like that. Often, however, when we have constitutional amendment proposals on the ballot, we do get questions, again, in advance via either email, Facebook, or sometimes phone calls to the League office saying, what does this mean? They're looking at their sample ballot or their absentee ballot and just don't know. So I try to answer in as neutral a way as I can, saying, for instance, if you vote yes on this, you're voting to raise the retirement of judges to 75. If you vote no, you're voting to keep it at 70. And they go away happy. And so we believe that not only should that kind of information be on the ballot for those people who don't plan way ahead, don't get an absentee ballot, but also it should be on the Secretary of State's website. Then we could easily post a reference to that, and we could refer people to that. So it's not enough just to have the language of the constitutional amendment there. I know this suggests doing it the way you see the constitutional amendments as proposed, that is, bold text, strike-throughs, and so on. You're used to that. You see all the bills that way. I'm used to that after years of coming to these hearings and looking at bills. The average voter is not. So even though you would have the same directions on the top of it that you have on the beginning of your bills, of what a bold type means and a strike-through or brackets or something, I'm sorry, I think most voters just won't see that. They will see a mess of words in front of them and not understand it. So I strongly urge that the Secretary of State create a web page to which we can refer voters, but also that there be an explanation in very clear, simple language of what a yes vote would cause and what a no vote would cause. This is not taking a position. This will be a very simple statement. And I hope that gets not only on the ballot, as we referenced in the other bill, 1695, but also on the Secretary of State's website. And I would be glad to take any questions you have about the way the League has interacted with the public about these things.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions from the committee? Not seeing anything, thank you very much. Next up, in the order of the cards were received, Ms. Mary Till. Thank you for testifying today.
So, yes, my name is Mary Till, and I'm a former moderator from Derry, New Hampshire. And I laud the idea of encouraging the wide distribution of information about constitutional amendments proposed by the state legislature or a constitutional convention. However, I propose a change to who writes the explanation of the constitutional amendment as indicated in the first sentence of HB 1247. Instead of making the Secretary of State responsible for writing the explanation of the constitutional amendment, leave it to the legislature itself. Each CR constitutional amendment includes a section entitled Voters' Guides. The first paragraph of the Voters' Guide begins with the words in all caps, "at the present time," explaining what happens if the amendment is rejected, and the second paragraph begins with the words, also in all caps, "if the amendment is adopted." These two paragraphs explain the impact of the amendment in simple, non-legalized language, often in a sentence or two. The wording of the Voter's Guide as a part of the CACR itself is debated and approved by 3/5 of the House and 3/5 of the Senate, as required by Article 100 of the state constitution. Although the Secretary of State is an honorable man, I believe it better to let a supermajority of the legislature itself explain in simple language the impact of the proposed amendment. Thus, I would propose changing the first sentence of HB 1247 to read in part, "Every town and city clerk shall prominently display a copy of the Voter's Guide as included in the relevant CACR, explaining the constitutional amendment for voters. And I would also like to point out, in support of what Liz Tentarelli said, as a moderator, I was often approached at the election, during the election, by a voter saying, "What does this constitutional amendment mean?" And as a moderator, I am not allowed to explain what it means for fear of being accused of partisanship. So I send the voter away without an explanation. So I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Well, thank you. Are there questions from the committee? Not seeing any. Thank you very much for your testimony.
Sure.
Next up, and this is the last pink card I have, Secretary of State David Scanlon. Thank you for being here, Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'm David Scanlon, Secretary of State, and I'm happy to say I agree with Mary Till. My office is perfectly capable and willing of posting whatever explanation is necessary for a constitutional amendment question, but I don't want to be the person that decides what that language is going to be. Historically, as was mentioned, the legislature does that, usually in the form of a voter guide that we have distributed one way or the other. Usually we send them out with the ballots. But I think it's very appropriate that, given the political connotation that can go along with a constitutional question, that the explanation come from the legislature, and then my office would be more than happy to distribute that and make it available to the general public. Be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Are there questions from the committee? Representative Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. I believe what you're saying is you do have the resources for this should this bill pass.
We can put it up on our website. We can make it available on social media, but the legislature should come up with the language.
Follow up? Do you have also resources, or what's your plan for those voters, as is earlier, who don't use the internet or who face language or accessibility barriers, so that they get the same information?
We would make copies available that would go to the towns and the cities with the ballots, so that when a voter goes into the polling place, they have something that explains the constitutional amendment.
Further questions from the committee? Not seeing anything. Thank you very much for your testimony. Not seeing any other requests, having no further pink cards, request for public comment. I'm going to close the public hearing for HB 1247. It is hereby closed.
Mr. Chairman?
Representative Newsom.
Just the online
Yes, I would
reporting?
like the online. Thank you.
In support, 114. In opposition, 4.
Thank you very much. Representative Bay, could you retrieve the blue sheet for us, please? We have a request from the clerk. Are there copies of, thank you. Are there copies of testimony submitted? I don't see any response. All right. The blue sheet had no entries. All right, next up, CACR 31. I am now opening the public hearing for CACR 31. The public hearing is open. Is there someone here to introduce the bill? I see that the prime sponsor, I do not see him here. Representative Chenier, Representative Guzovsky, would you please introduce the bill so we can get on with the public hearing? And then without objection, since you're merely going to introduce it, then you can return to your seat and take part in the public hearing as a member of the committee. With no objection? Okay. All right. Okay, thank you, Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, committee. My name is Jim Gazowski Jr., Rockingham 1, representing Northwood and Nottingham. I'm here to present CACR 31 to you. It says the resolution adopts provisions governing ballot reconciliation, ballot access, ballot retention, polling location limits, selections of poll workers, allowance of registered voters for post-election ballot viewing, allowance of recording ballot lot and voting documentation during citizens audits, and compliance with the Presidential Executive Order 14248, March 25th, 2025, in the New Hampshire Constitution. And I will be taking no questions.
Thank you very much. I do not have any pink cards indicating a desire from the public to testify on this bill. Is there, excuse me? Is there any desire to testify on this bill from the public? Not at this time, not seeing any. I am going to close the public hearing for CACR 31. The hearing is closed. We will next move on to HB 1298. I'm opening the public hearing for HB 1298. This is a bill that was sponsored by our chairman, and I'm going to ask Representative Guzowski if he could introduce this one for us as well, since you're already there. Oh, you were already there. Okay, thank you. And again, as before, since he won't be taking questions, with no objection, he'll return to his role as a member of the committee for the public hearing.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, committee. My name is Jim Gazowski. Represent Rockingham 1, Northwood and Nottingham. I'm here to introduce House Bill 1298. This bill requires the external memory device for electronic ballot counting devices to be destroyed in the same manner as ballots. And I will not be taking any questions.
Thank you. Okay, I have a pink card on 1298 from Mr. Brendano. And I don't see him. He's not present. So we will move on from this one. Are there other requests? Okay, I see we just had a pink card submitted. Thank you. Right. Thank you, Ms. Guilford. Ms. Guilford. Thank you for being here to testify.
Good afternoon, committee. So my name is Tina Guilford. I'm the town clerk in Derry. I also sit on the legislative committee for the New Hampshire City and Town Clerks Association, and I'm the secretary of the New Hampshire City and Town Clerks Association. We appreciate that this has been added to the retention schedule. It allows us to put this through the regular records destruction process, and we greatly appreciate that. Thank you.
You're welcome. Are there questions from the committee? Representative C.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. How are the paper ballots destroyed now? Do you have a service come in, the secure document shredder company? Or?
So in Derry, we have a company that comes, they park in the parking lot, and the boxes go in and get shredded inside, and we watch it all happen. I know I've heard, I don't know if it's true, I have heard there are towns where they take it to their dump transfer station and burn them. I have heard that there are people that take them home and burn them. I have heard all sorts of things. I don't know how true it is, but I know we go through an official records destruction process in Derry.
All right, follow up.
Sorry. Yes.
Thank you. The memory devices are a little plastic thing with metal in it and stuff like that. Do you foresee a need for a different actual method of destroying that, or should it just be erased and reused for the next election?
I don't foresee an issue. I know that our shredding company, you can, they'll shred those little SD cards, or they'll destroy the USB devices, that kind of stuff. I think everybody wanted to get away from reusing the memory cards, which was a problem with the old AccuVote system.
Further questions from the committee? Representative Lane?
Thank you for taking my question. I would have asked this of Representative Berry, but it touches on what Representative C was saying. Because it says they're going to destroy these in the same manner as ballots. So my vision was they're going to put them through the shredder. But there's a different process. So I guess from your viewpoint, if it's telling you to do it in the same manner, are you going to feel constrained? Are you going to feel like you have to put it through the shredder, or do you have to do something different?
So I feel in the same manner they're talking about, you have to go through the records destruction process that is set up in your town, usually through the records retention committee. You get approval before any documents are destroyed, that kind of stuff. Because we shred some stuff internally, we shred it through the vendor that comes. I would think that you would then use the method appropriate for the document, just like we do now.
Further questions? Representative Wood?
Thank you. Thank you for letting me ask a question. How do you destroy the card? There are cards now in these machines. How do they get destroyed? Do they all go back to the state SOS?
So we used the ImageCast for the first time in March in 2025. And we retain those cards. We haven't actually destroyed them yet because there wasn't really a process, shall we say. We will obviously, we had it stored. It's in the logs, that kind of stuff. Like, we have all of that. So destruction and a method to destruct is appreciated.
Further questions from the committee? Not seeing anything. Thank you very much for being here today. Yes, Mr. Brendano. I understand that, and I've already retrieved your card. So please step forth and share your thoughts with us. And thank you for being here.
Al Brandino, Kensington, New Hampshire. Just a little background on this, these memory cards. I filed a federal lawsuit and had it withdrawn without prejudice prior to about a year ago. And the reason for this was because federal law required the documents to be stored. These memory devices are all electronic. Anything that has to do with election was supposed to be stored for 22 months. Recently, this legislature passed a bill that requires federal elections for these memory cards to be retained for 22 months. That's the federal law. And the federal law for federal elections, there is no retainment of documents currently for state elections. So in state elections, the law reads that there is no retention of documents, and then they're rewriting on the cards from the old machines. Now, I know that may change. And I'm sure Secretary Scanlon will have a better clarification of it. But the point of the matter is that these in federal elections now, these cards have to be held for 22 months because it's the only way that the data is on it. That's the key to the data to the election. And if you erase that, then there's no way to audit or back check an election, which is happening in the state. So right now we have two standards. We have a federal standard that says they retain for 22 months. There's a state standard that says we can just rewrite on them and erase them. So I just want to make the committee aware of that.
Thank you very much. Will you take questions?
Please.
Any questions from the committee? Not seeing anything. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. Next up is Secretary of State David Scanlon. And thank you again for sticking with us through this longish day.
I'm earning my pay, I think, today. Thanks.
So are we.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, I'm David Scanlon, Secretary of State. I'm here in general support of this bill. The new technology that's being used now in the digital scan technology allows for inexpensive memory cards and thumb drives to be used, to hold the data from the election. The old device that we are phasing out, the AccuVote machine, had used a memory card for that purpose. It's kind of the size of a credit card, a little bit thicker. They cost the towns in the range of $250 to $300 a piece. And so they're very expensive. And now they are also in very, very short supply. So the requirement is that state and federal ballots, because they're basically the same thing, have to be kept for 22 months. So the election materials are kept for 22 months. The AG's office had rendered an opinion that the printed tape from the memory card was the record of that election from the card. And so then those expensive cards could be sent back, cleaned off, and then reprogrammed for the next election. So those devices, the AccuVote machines, are rapidly being phased out. And I'm optimistic that by the time we get to 2028, that they're going to be decertified and they won't be used in New Hampshire. But I think it's very appropriate that we keep the current thumb drives or the memory card for the 22-month period as the bill calls for. But I would suggest just exempting the AccuVote from that requirement and let us completely phase them out because of the scarcity and the expense of finding those cards.
Thank you. Will you take questions?
Sure.
Questions from the committee?
Um,
Representative Lane?
Thanks. Thank you for taking my question. So we're comfortable with the fact that they're writing, that they're completely erased and like that data is not still in there hidden somewhere. You know, because if you rewrite, like if you retape over something, it's all still there.
Yeah. I'm comfortable and my staff are comfortable. I understand the concerns that are out there.
Further questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Wood.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Secretary of State. My understanding is you're pretty much doing this now. Is that correct?
We are doing that now, certainly with the new devices that are out there. I'd have to check on the AccuVote devices, only because of the limitation that I just described.
Okay. Second question.
Yes, Paul.
So this would codify it, and you're for this?
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, Representative C.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Secretary, for taking the question. Should we also include in here the requirement for maintaining local elections for 60 days? Because there is a provision there. I just wonder whether we should include it in the bill.
I think that makes sense.
Thank you.
Further questions from the committee? Not seeing anything. Thank you very much for your testimony. I have no additional pink cards requesting to testify at this hearing. So I will now close the hearing for HB 1298. The hearing is closed. Representative Newsom, if you could share the online responses with us.
Another barn burner reception out there, 2-2.
2-2. Excellent. Wow, tie. And Representative Bay, if you could please retrieve the blue sheet. We've got one more. Yep. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, I forgot to ask. Thank you. All right, we got the blue sheet for CACR 31, which was, we just heard previously, and that is blank. And the blue sheet for HB 1298 is also blank. So with that, I will now open the public hearing for HB 1541. And Representative Porcelli. Okay, so thank you. Representative Porcelli, the sponsor of the bill, you're here to introduce it. Thank you.
Good afternoon, and thank you very much for hearing my testimony. This is the last bill of the day, and it's very straightforward. So, for the record, my name is Representative Susan Porcelli from Rockingham District 19, Hampton Falls, and Kensington. HB 1541 updates the existing container and sealer RSA 659:97 related to the preservation of ballots after an election, with details about the definition of the container, locks, and sealers. So this is not a new bill defining containers, it's just defining what some of the requirements are. So under the existing law, the Secretary of State is currently required to provide containers for storing these ballots after an election. This bill specifies that a little bit more about the containers. So this bill specifies that the containers must be secure, durable, reusable, transportable, stackable, and marked. In addition, the containers must be secured with locks and tamper-evident sealers. The sealer is very important, so it has to be tamper resistant and not just Scotch tape on the container. The Secretary of State's office has done a great job in investigating various containers to meet the requirements for size and storage specifications. A successful pilot of the replacement containers was already rolled out in one town to evaluate the effectiveness. This bill also asks for an annual report detailing the progress of the replacement container program, depending on the available funding and resources to support the effort. Importantly, funding for this program should be available through the Help America Vote Act of 2002. This bill simply initiates the Secure Container Replacement Rollout Program with the understanding that the program will require a long duration to complete, again, depending on the availability of the funding and the resources. The fiscal note attached to the bill is somewhat misleading. The only real issue in the fiscal note should be the determination of funding from the Help America Vote Act, if that is in fact available and appropriate. Therefore, for these reasons, for this very straightforward bill, I request a vote of ought to pass to initiate the Secure Container Replacement Program.
Thank you, Representative. Will you take questions?
Yes.
Are there questions from the committee? Not, excuse me, Representative C.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Representative, for taking my question. You say this is a beginning thing, so how many years would you expect it to be before it's pretty much implemented throughout the state?
It really depends on the availability of funding and the resources to be able to roll it out. So there is no upper limits on the duration. It really is depending on the funding.
Okay. Thank you.
Further questions from the committee? Representative Lane.
Thank you, and thanks for taking the question. Do you remember where the pilot was done? Do you know where?
Fortunately, our Secretary of State is here, and he will be able to, I believe, actually show you one of the containers and provide a few more details about that pilot.
Okay, thank you.
They did an exhaustive job in evaluating the type of containers and a lot of the specifications for size and different types of ballots, and it was actually a very good effort from his office.
Thank you. Further questions from the committee? Not seeing any, but could you please fill out a pink card for us, please?
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks for testifying. Next up, Diane Fisher. Okay, okay, guys, we're in the hearing.
We have some visuals for you. Good
Thank you.
afternoon, Chairman and committee members. My name is Diane Fisher, and I'm from Hampstead, New Hampshire. And I am absolutely thrilled to be here in total support of House Bill 1541. It is something that is definitely needed, and it's another way that this state and Secretary Scanlon and the can help us to improve what is already, and we're hoping for a really good system. This is necessary. As you have these handouts, I'm going to explain a few things to you. I have taken part in many of the recounts, and I have been around for audits and whatnot. How I got into this is another story, but I do have some background on it. But I'm going to refer to the people, and I would like to very much have you focus on information that you received in written testimony from others. There have been hundreds and hundreds of hours put in by very wonderful people who are trying to help and to work with this system. And why these hours have been necessary and put in are because of things that have been seen while they were volunteering as good citizens, things that they actually saw, and some problems. So many good things, but some problems. First of all, I'd like to mention this. You received this from Linda Brown. And basically this one has pictures of 3 boxes. We just talked about all of the regulations and specifications for the boxes. You will see in the first corner there is a box that is a flowered gift box, very pretty and whatever, but it has cast ballots in it. Box number 2 from Plastown, New Hampshire is a little bit different. They went with Cape Cod potato chip box. And then again, Bedford came back a year after the first one, the pretty flower ones, and now they have a printer's box. What does this show us? It's simply an indication that the boxes are not consistent. We talk so very much about what we want to see, and this bill is focusing on the fact that we want to show that we have consistent ways of having these. That is it, a sense of formula to absolutely keep everything the same. That is not done. Then, no uniform way of doing it, I should say. Then I want to refer you to this. Would you mind if I stood for a moment? Okay.
Go ahead.
It's just difficult for me. So anyway, you all have this, and this again is from Linda Brown, and this is an example of boxes and how they are secured, because that's another part of this bill, talking about people securing them. And if you will look at it, box number 1, no security tape. That's on your upper left corner. Box number 2 has duct tape. It's black and yellow. It's kind of like my DPW. But anyway, the next one has masking tape. Box number 4, 3 different types of security tape. Box 5 has red duct tape. Box 6 has white lettering tape. And one of my personal favorites, Box 7 has red, white, and blue patriotic tape. And then we get to 8, and that has taping measures. Although they're all, you can see, such different ones used by towns and cities. Why do we not have any consistency? Again, no uniformity. That's what we're talking about. Making things the same, making things easier for people to look at. Now I will sit. So I'm looking at that, and then you have another one from Brenda Town, when in her testimony she also sent pictures, again, a picture worth 1,000 words, as they say, and you see that there are boxes that have been secured, but take a look at them. Do they look secure to you? If Amazon delivered it, would you wonder maybe about what was in it? Why is this important? We're not saying or complaining about this for just a reason to talk. It is because it is crucial that people have faith in their system and their votes, and that they were there. And when you're looking at flower boxes and potato chip boxes that may or may not be taped up properly, secured properly, or whatever, it tends to confuse the issue. We want people to come in, boom, boom, here you go. If you have to do a recount, everything comes in, uniform, looks the same. You're not going, wait a minute, what is that? And distracted by things. So as you see, I brought this box in, put it on the table. You don't know where the box came from, what the chain of custody is. Did I bring it in? Did Al bring it in for me? Did I pick it up in the cafeteria? Who knows? Why is it important? Because I don't know where Granite State, I don't know where Cape Cod came from. I don't know where that comes from. That doesn't make any sense. But more importantly, what is in this box? Is there anything in this box? And I want to say to you, I'll open it up. There's nothing in this box whatsoever. I'm not trying to be silly and dramatic here. I'm saying we need to know what's in a box. We don't want to question it. You probably looked at it and thought, what is she doing? What is she bringing here? That's what I am talking about. And that's what this bill is about, to give us something that is uniform, that is durable, that is going to last, that we put a lock on. I'll give you a real quick, I'll try, I'm not known for this, but I am in the Hampstead Lions Club, and we help other charities and different things out. And many years ago, actually, I was working a Red Cross blood donation. We went into the school early, we open it up for them, and we wait for them to arrive. We set up the chairs, the tables, etc. Then they came in. You know what? They came in with their tote boxes that all looked the same, stacked up, whatever. They gave me one to set up for the refreshments. I put it down. I had to ask someone in the Red Cross to find the person to unlock it for me. It had tamper, whatever you call it, the tamper evident tape. It had a lock on it. It was in a plastic one. That container had chocolate chip cookies and peanut butter crackers, because they don't want people falling down after they've given blood. They want to sustain them, give them water, give them food. We all know that, anybody that's donated blood. Why do I mention this again? Because if we don't think enough of our ballots to secure them as much as a package of chocolate chip cookies or crackers, then I don't understand why not. Because to me, and I really do get emotional, and that's just me, but I think of my ballot as my voice. That is something where I can go and I can say and I can express to my government what I want and what direction I would like it to go in. And I want to know that my ballot is safe, secure, and that yours is, and that your voice is heard absolutely as much as that, and that will determine what is right. People have died for this for generations. People have suffered for this, to give us this right, to give us this ballot. This is the voice that we have. We need to protect it. I see in Brenda's testimony, and I read, we can do better. We always try to do better. Here is an opportunity to better, and I beg you, please let us do better. And I will take questions if you want to hear any more from me.
Other questions from the committee? Thank you very much, and thank you for sharing your thoughts so clearly.
Thank you. I appreciate the time.
Yeah.
Feel free.
Next up, I have a pink card from Mr. Brendano.
Al Brandino, Kensington, New Hampshire. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you. Before I start, I want to thank Representative Gilmore and Secretary of State Scanlon, because we're part of an election integrity group, and we participated in over 35 recounts. And without the help of Representative Gilmore and Secretary of State Scanlon, we would have really been lost in a lot of ways. They've been incredibly helpful and transparent in helping us to do this job as citizens. So we're grateful. I'd like to start out, you have before you testimony from Brenda Town and myself. and I'd like to start is please support HB 1541 to improve the chain of custody of our ballots. I think that's one of the points here today that we miss. Chain of custody is everything. If you had those boxes at the bank and you saw those boxes and your money was going out into that box from the bank, we have to look at the votes as our money, our sovereignty. And chain of custody is everything. If the chain of custody is broken, if the boxes are broken, we've lost the chain of custody. Really important we understand that's an incredible fact. In New Hampshire, 90% of our votes are counted by voting machines. The paper ballot, I should say the total votes. The paper ballot is the only backup we have to ensure machines have tabulated or our elections correctly. In the age of hacking, it is imperative our ballots are secure and ensure the voters and candidates of New Hampshire need to validate election results. The current practice of placing cast ballots in mixed or new used cardboard boxes and sealing them with layers of tape, which we have known to show failure. Handwriting the box count on the labels as the form of traceability, and you'll see that in exhibits 1 of 4 and 2 of 4. And then using that numbering scheme to track the chain of custody has been filled with errors and issues. Worse, these issues go undetected until a recount leaving the entire New Hampshire election process and results in question when an obvious break has occurred. We must and should do better. We're asking to upgrade the security of our ballots, which represents the actual voter voice. The bill would require the Secretary of State to implement consistent, secure, reusable containers with locks and tampers, evidence sealers, and serialization. These elements would radically improve the integrity of our ballot management and limit the exposure of bad actors or process failures. New Hampshire failure of the chain of custody over the last 4 years has resulted in Harvard complaints, formal ballot law commission complaints, and legal inquiry. Addressing this must be a priority. We cannot afford to invest in another voting machine if we have not fixed the ballot security and chain of custody. New Hampshire has received $18 million across all grants from 2018, with $9.5 million to date in federal awards for security grants alone. Since 2018, New Hampshire has spent $2.3 million on security, leaving the balance retained. And New Hampshire has one of the lowest HAVA spending rates in the country, by approximately 60% lower, gated by RSA 5-6-D, which requires post-HAVA spending rates in the country, as post-HAVA expenditure balance remain at least 12 times the estimated annual cost of the HAVA compliance program. We have over $12.9 million in HAVA funds in reserve. The ballot security measures of HB 1541 should be adopted to address the current election security failures and use available HAVA funds in accordance to the state purpose requiring no additional budget. Below, please find several contemporary examples demonstrating the necessity of passing this bill. Again, please support HB 1541.
Will you take questions?
Please.
There are questions from others on the committee. I don't see any. I have a quick question. You may have said this already, but understand this was you're reading testimony from Brenda Town
And myself.
and yourself. Okay, thank you. Not seeing any other questions. Thank you very much for being here.
Thank you, sir.
And I have one last pink card. Secretary of State David Scanlon, who's sticking with us very well today. Ah, wow, an exhibit.
I've been waiting for the show and tell session all day.
I think it's a hit.
Okay, thank you. So, thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'm David Scanlon, Secretary of State. And before I get into these containers, let me just say that when I started working in the Secretary of State's office in 2002, the state did provide containers, but they were random boxes that were picked up from somewhere. There was no rhyme or reason to the size of them. and the ballots were packed in them. They were shipped to the cities and towns with the idea that they would be recycled and sent back. And those boxes weren't always sent back. We received some very interesting containers. I recall one specifically that said medical waste on the side. And it wasn't unusual to find when you open them up, somebody put the leftover bag and container from their lunch so that, the box didn't collapse. So there was obviously a need for some uniformity in the standards, and we did over the years move to cardboard boxes that were regular sizes, although we needed several different sizes to accommodate different size ballots. We put printing on the side designating them as New Hampshire ballots or ballot materials. Strongly recommended that the towns use strong strapping tape to seal them, to hold them together, and then we started supplying security tape in addition to that, that would show if the box was opened up at some point during the process of being held after the election. The vast majority of the towns followed the guidelines that we gave, and they properly sealed the boxes according to the standards, put tape on them. But as is true with any operation that involves a lot of people, you have different levels of experience, time on the job, capability. The human factor always kicks in, and you find somebody at some point that just doesn't follow the directions. That's going to be true with elections, no matter what we do moving forward. But we have looked into, I'll say, the next generation of ballot containers. Cardboard boxes probably run in the range of a couple dollars a piece. So there's a frugality factor there in terms of keeping the budget down. Containers like this are probably in the range of $20. If we place a bulk order, maybe there's economies of scale there that come into play, but unfortunately, I don't remember the name of the town that we did the pilot with, but I'll get that to you. And the town loved it. They loved the way the boxes work and everything. So this is a container. It goes together like that. It's pretty sturdy, so you can stack some on top. I don't know that a 200-pound person could stand on there and not have it break, but and then there are seals. There are holes in the corners where you can put these heavy-duty numbered seals on them that would also act as a lock. The numbers obviously would have to be recorded. And then there's many other types of locks. Some using metal cables. Some have really adhesive seals on them. So that exists. So the issues that we have to deal with when we start ordering these and putting them out in the communities, number one is that when we print 1 million ballots in an election, each one of these boxes holds roughly 1,000 ballots. So we need 1,000 of these boxes at a minimum for a single general election. We would also need probably that many boxes again for the primary, because we have to hold these documents for 22 months. A presidential primary comes into the swing, and then it will involve additional staff time, because when the retention period is up, the clerk isn't going to just discard, they would just discard the cardboard box, but we're going to have to send people out in the field to retrieve the containers so we can repack ballots in them, clean off, any seals and things that are on them. So that's going to be an additional expense. Then the ballots that we print are not always uniform, depending on how many candidates are on a ballot, depending on whether there's constitutional questions on the ballot. They can range anywhere in size from 12 up to maybe larger than 18 inches. So there might have to be two size boxes like we do now with a cardboard, because if you have a 12-inch ballot in an 18-inch space, they're going to slide around and they will get damaged. So we have to accommodate for that. There are also some really neat things that I saw at a recent Secretaries of State conference that I went to in terms of technology. They had these, it was some kind of a chip that could be applied during a printing process. I saw them embedded in ballots, but they could be embedded in cardboard or, probably anything for that matter. And they track the movement of that individual item within inches, so that, if those types of things were on a container, you could tell when and how far and where a container was moved to. So, there are no idea how much that technology is. Maybe, over time the price will come way down, and that might be another inexpensive alternative to how we package ballots. If this is something that the committee wants to move forward with, we will continue to, acquire additional of these and put them out in the field in a, in a programmed way. It was mentioned that there are HAVA funds available. I think HAVA funds could be used for this, but as I have always said in the past, the reason that we have a balance of HAVA funds is because we have met the mandatory requirements of the Help America Vote Act, and to pay for the ongoing cost of maintenance, the staff that we have that, run the HAVA program, that, run ElectionNet, the centralized voter database, providing all of the accessible equipment that you see in the polling place, e-poll books, helping to purchase the new ballot counting devices. We're trying to spend the interest and maintain the principle so that we can keep those programs going in perpetuity and not run out and then have to come back and ask the legislature every 2 years for a huge slug of money. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
We have questions from the committee. Representative Lane.
Thank you, and thank you for bringing that up about the HAVA funds, because I remember when we were working on, I think, the accessibility machines and some of that we had some issues around how to do that.
And so can I just interrupt you, but we're on schedule to have brand new accessible voting equipment distributed to all the towns in time for their local elections, paid for with HAVA funds.
Okay, great. Well, thank you. But I did notice that on line 12, yes, I'm sorry. That I didn't quite get to my question. It says shall. So I was wondering, in light, it says that you shall use HAVA funds. And I recalled that when we were talking about some of these other things, you wanted the discretion to do that.
I would like as much flexibility as possible then, so May would be better.
Further questions from the committee? Representative Wood.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Now, you said that there was a pilot program. Were you at that pilot?
I was not at the pilot. Erin Hennessy, when she was deputy, was. And so, I mean, the pilot is simply when the election is over, actually receiving the ballots, doing what you need to do pre-election, putting them back in the box, sealing them, taking them out for the election. When the election is over, you pack the ballots in here, and then they get stored unless there's a request for a recount.
Follow up.
Yes.
The reason why I asked was, did you get a sense of if the organization helped at the program from Secretary Hennessy? I mean, Assistant Secretary Hennessy, sorry.
I think they thought they saw this as helpful. I think they liked the design of the containers. I think they liked the feel and the you know, they're a little more rugged, obviously, than cardboard boxes.
Representative C.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Secretary, for taking my question. Do these have available, snap-in plastic dividers to, organize the, ballots so that if you have regular sized ballots, that you could put a divider in there so they wouldn't slide around?
These do not. There are ways that you can deal with that, even though you can't put a slider in. There might be a prefab cardboard block or something that you could put in there to fill
Okay,
that void.
and follow up?
Yes, go ahead.
Would you anticipate having the boxes, come pre-labeled or maybe pre-serial numbered or something like that so that, there would always be trackability and also identified as specifically New Hampshire ballots?
We would pack the boxes with the ballots at the press for delivery to individual towns. They would get a seal with a number on it that would be recorded. And then the town would have a supply of these so that when they receive them, they have to open them up and account for the inventory, and then they would have to reseal. So that requires breaking a seal, recording that event, putting a new seal on. So yeah, there would be a log that would account for all of that.
Further questions from the committee? Representative Wary.
With the chair's indulgence, this is just a compliment, because I know this
Sure.
began back with, House Bill 1370 in 2024. And, Deputy Secretary Hennessy followed up after that bill was introduced and had worked on that, sometimes, and there was discussions about the, different boxes that could be used with different machines and so forth. And I commend the office for continuing, following that through. I do think that we have mentioned chain of custody before, earlier today, and I think this is just a really great way of providing additional security for the paper ballots. So thank you very much.
Representative Muirhead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. At the beginning of your testimony, you said before you get into those boxes, and I was wondering if we're going to get to see you try to get into one of those boxes.
You don't have to answer that question.
I'm not a magician.
Well, along those lines, I wondered who ate the chips in that box we saw the picture of, but never mind. Okay. Okay, Representative Bay.
A little
I think
indulgence.
it's getting late.
And you also get those boxes in white, so we complete the red, white, and blue.
That is a great idea.
Are there further questions or comments from the committee?
I have one.
Representative Wood.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. The secretary and his staff have done a very good job listening to our rants over these boxes. And I must admit that I've been at two places since I started ranting, and very impressed with the last two elections I've been witnessed at. Wow. And they were in areas that I've never been to before, and I've heard rumors, and that's one of the reasons why I was asked to go. And it was a whole different game with the boxes, with the red tape. So something's happening, something's good happening. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Anything further from the committee? Not seeing any questions or even comments. Thank you very much. Very interesting. And thanks again for being here today. Thank you for the blue sheet. Yes.
More or less.
Wow. It's a gift. All right, we have a sign-up sheet. Representative Susan Porcelli, you didn't need to sign on this, but thank you. You are pro for this bill. Representative Newsom, would you share with us the online?
The online is 29 in support, 1 opposed, and 1 neutral.
Thank you very much. And with that, I am now closing the public hearing for HB 1541. It's closed. We're done. Hi, Claudine. Public hearing was last.
Thank you for asking that question. Yeah, you did it much nicer.
I wish I.